Hello, everybody. Happy Saturday. It's so good to see you. So much was happening while I was still in my starting soon screen. DNA, thank you so much for the follow. And Kirky, thank you so much for the resub. 44 months from Mr. Kirky. How are you doing, everybody? I hope your weekend is going well so far. By the sounds of it, TS has got all of us beat. TS says, I was enjoying a sauna night at my brother's this evening. I'm beard up and ready to go. Honestly, sounds like a perfect Saturday to me. It is still morning here where I am, so, you know, I've got water, and I think Alana might bring me a tea at some point. So different beverages, but same sort of idea. We're going to get cozy, and we're going to have lots of fun playing Avowed this afternoon. So thank you for being here. Hello, Bronny. Hello. Yeah, luckily you're right on time. So Twitch may not have given you an alert, but you missed nothing. I just got started here. I'm super excited to play some more Avowed today. This is apparently stream number 12 of Avowed, so we're certainly making good time. According to my Steam page, we've got 42 hours into Avowed right now, and today we're going to be exploring the dwarven town or stronghold of Solace Keep. That's where we left off last weekend. Our journey to find the garden sort of came to an abrupt halt when we realized the bridge that would have taken us across the acidic sea right to the garden was actually in a state of disrepair. But apparently there might be another sort of secret way to get to the garden, and if anybody's going to know, it's going to be the dwarves or the Pargrunen of Solace Keep, who are the legendary sort of protectors of the garden. Now, unfortunately, the Pargrunen are extremely wary of outsiders. We may be the first, like, non-Pargrunen to enter Solace Keep in a very long time, so I'm not sure what sort of welcome we're gonna get, but I'm very excited. It seems like every single major hub town in Avowed has been really well put together. There's usually, you know, so much stuff to find, so many quests to pick up, stores to visit, etc. So that's what we're going to get started with today. We're going to be exploring Solace Keep. We actually need to speak to the Dwarven Council and try to get their advice on how to access the garden. Like I said, I have a feeling it probably won't go as smoothly as we're hoping that it will, but anyway, we'll see how it goes. And then, as I mentioned, I'm sure there will be lots of side quests for us to pick up as well. Our Avowed playthrough so far has been very slow and steady. I am loving this game so much that I don't want to miss anything. So we have been sort of methodically moving through each zone, picking up as many side quests as I can, exploring as much as I can, reading all the lore. So while I know Avowed came out back in February, so some people are probably like, you haven't beaten Avowed yet? My answer to that would be yeah, because I'm really trying not to rush through it. I'm sure if I just focused on the main objective, we probably could have beaten this game in 20 or 25 hours, but I feel like not exploring the world, you would miss out on so much, because the world building, the side quests, some of the little secrets we've uncovered when exploring have actually been my favorite parts of the game. So, yeah, it's my understanding that we're probably about 2/3, if not 3/4 of the way through the game. So I think we're going to have another, 3, 4, maybe 5 streams of Avowed. But we did finish Split Fiction last week. If you're new around here, I do stream twice a week. I stream usually on Saturdays and Mondays. And Saturdays for the past little while have been dedicated to Avowed. We've been doing cozy RPG weekends. And then Mondays for the past couple of weeks were actually a co-op stream with my good friend Rory. We were checking out the brand new co-op game Split Fiction, which was, spoiler alert, absolutely freaking fantastic. I loved Split Fiction so much, but we actually just finished up Split Fiction last week, which means Mondays are wide open and ready for a new game to hop in. And I know some of you guys have been wondering what's coming up next. So here's the spoiler alert. Well, first of all, I should preface by saying there's not going to be a stream this Monday. I unfortunately have to go out of town for work. I'm going to be out of town the whole week. I leave Monday morning. I get back late Thursday. So this will be not this coming Monday, but the Monday after. Our new Monday game will be in place. And our new Monday game is going to be Blueprints. I'm super excited for Blueprints. I don't know if you guys have seen it. It's an indie game that was not even on my radar. I had no idea what Blueprints was. And then I saw so many different people streaming it. It's a very interesting mashup of genres. It's actually a puzzle roguelike. So I'm super excited. From what I've heard, everyone is loving it. I watched a little bit of gameplay, enough to realize that I'm interested, and then sort of stopped watching because I didn't want to spoil anything else for myself. But yeah, we're gonna have some puzzle game to accompany our RPG, which I'm pretty excited about because we haven't played like a good old-fashioned puzzle game on this channel in a long time. Like, I'm trying to think what the last puzzle game we played was. It was probably like the Talos Principle, which was like years ago. So anyway, the TLDR is Blueprints is going to be starting up soon to accompany Avowed on the weekends, and I'm super excited about it. Bronny says, I just finished day 15 on Blueprints. Definitely have a notepad. That's what I heard, that it's like sort of a classic puzzle game and that you're expected to like have a notepad and take notes and stuff, which honestly, I'm excited about it, and I think it'll be a fun game for us to play together, you know what I mean? We can sort of put our collective brains together and solve these puzzles, and I think it'll be super fun. So yeah, the TLDR is that is the plan. Not to get too ahead of ourselves or anything, but I know some of you guys obviously like to know what's coming up on the channel, so we'll still have definitely a few weeks of Avowed left, but then Blueprints will be slotting into our Monday night stream spot. I also see a bunch of friends have joined us. Hello, E9. Hello, Pixie Muffin. Good to see you guys. Happy Saturday. I hope everybody's weekend is going well. Sorry for the slight schedule change. I was originally going to be streaming on Sunday this weekend, but just how everything played out, as I mentioned, I'm going on a work trip on Monday and need time to pack. And then we talked about this before, but my Ottawa Senators, my favorite hockey team, have finally made the playoffs after 8 years, and game one of their round one playoff series is on Sunday. So I just figured, you know what? I think it works better for my schedule if we stream on Saturday. So there you have it. There's the explanation for the slight schedule change. But there's nothing like a good Saturday afternoon stream, am I right? Well, it may be night, it may be morning, it may be afternoon, wherever you are in the world. I hope you're having a good Saturday, and without further ado, how about we load up Avowed? Because as we all know by now, usually every time I launch Avowed, it makes me generate shaders, which takes forever. So how about we get that out of the way, shall we? Saturday, Sunday, tomato. Yeah, I guess it'll be Sunday for a lot of you guys watching from across the pond soon too, which, I mean, I suppose for you guys, me streaming on Saturday is better, because if I'm going to sort of go past midnight on your local time, it's better that past midnight is Sunday rather than Monday. Oh, that's a good point, TS. TS says it's Easter weekend anyway, so most people are going to have Friday and or Monday off anyway. Yeah, I had Friday off, which is awesome. I unfortunately do not get Monday off, but I will just be traveling on Monday. I mean, at least I don't have to go to work in the traditional sense. I do have to sit on an airplane for 4 hours, which isn't, you know, the most exciting, but I'll take it over having, you know, a classic work day. I'll probably just play my Steam Deck the whole time. You know, it won't be too bad. Let the best Ontario team win. You're a Toronto fan. Oh, awesome, DNA. May the best team win. I gotta be honest, like, obviously I want us to do well and I want us to win this series, but after not having made the playoffs for 8 years, at least for me personally, I'm the definition of just happy to be here. So no matter what happens, I'm gonna be happy. I'm just so excited to finally be able to have a team to root for in the Stanley Cup playoffs, because it has been it's been a while. So it's only just past 8 p.m. over at mine, so I'd consider that to be an early stream. Yeah, I want to do a nice long stream today. Like, we'll probably go for at least 4 hours today. I really want to explore all of Sala's Keep, and then we've got a lot more of Gallowayne's Tusks to explore as well. MK says, see, that's loser talk. Montreal's winning the cup. No one else has a chance. Have I told you guys about my Nan? I don't know if I told you about this, but my Nan, or my grandmother, whatever you want to call her, she is, how old is Nan? She must be 77? Somewhere between 75 and 80. Sorry, Nan. Anyway, so, you know, we don't have a whole lot in common, but the one thing that we have in common is hockey. My Nan loves hockey, and I love hockey, and so we always message each other, and honestly, like, it makes me love hockey even more because it's like this connection that I have to my nan. So anyway, my nan is a Montreal Canadiens fan. So I, you know, while the Ottawa Senators will always be number one in my heart, I would not be sad if the Montreal Canadiens do well because that's Nan's team. So, Montreal actually clinched their playoff spot there on Wednesday by winning their game, and I got a message from my nan. So my nan, obviously being, you know, a senior, is not technologically savvy at all, but we have set her up with a little iPad mini and a Facebook account, and she's able to, you know, slowly two-finger type short messages through Facebook Messenger. So I got a message, font size, yes. So I got a message on Wednesday night after the Montreal Canadiens won that said, Nan is so happy. So, like, how can I not root for the Montreal Canadiens after that, right? Nan is happy, I'm happy, so... I mean, I gotta be honest, we talk about this every year. At this point, I just need a Canadian team to win the Stanley Cup. It has been way too long. I would love it to be the Ottawa Senators who hoist that cup, but at this point, I'll take any Canadian team. So, low-key rooting for any Canadian team. Would prefer Ottawa or Montreal, but we'll take it. I'm not a big hockey fan. I go to Toronto because of my dad. I used to live in Brampton, right outside Toronto. Okay, cool. Yeah. Does your nan play in the hockey league? Can you imagine? Just my nan playing in the National Hockey League for the Montreal Canadiens? But yeah, anyway, enough hockey talk. That's just wanted to tell you that story. All right, so let's catch us up on where we are in the main story. So our main story quest is called Our Dreams Divide Us Still. After using the Akedan device we found in Naku Kabel to decipher the location of the garden, the time has come to enter Gallowayne's tusks and find the path to Sapodal's prison. Which we did. We came to Gallowayne's tusks, we found what we thought was the path to Sapodal's prison, but alas, that bridge is no longer passable. So we're sort of pivoting, and we now need to speak to the Warden Council in Solace Keep. Nandru, the founder of Solace, may have found another path to the garden. The Warden Council in Solace Keep might know more. We need to go to Solace and speak with the council. The Pargrunen do not permit outsiders in the keep, so we'll need the help of Marius. And Marius did help us smooth talk the guards outside. We managed to get in. Basically, between Marius's connections and the fact that I'm a godlike, that's the only reason we were able to get into Solace Keep. So Nandru, aka the founder of Solace, was apparently a Sapodalian godlike, which is very, very interesting. I figured, you know, the founder of a dwarven city would be a dwarf, but no, it was someone who was a godlike, and he basically instructed the dwarves to be eternal guardians of the garden, which is kind of cool. So I can't wait to learn more about Nandru and the history of Solace Keep. But first, we need to head in. Whoa!
Sanctuary of Nandru hasn't changed a bit.
It is carved from stone.
Here it is. This is Solace Keep. Dwarves everywhere. They are going to be very interested to see me. I might be the first outsider that's entered Solace Keep in I don't know how long. Now, this must be Nandru, and I may have been incorrect. Nandru was a Sapodalian godlike, 100%, but Nandru may have been a dwarf. For some reason, I just assumed that he wasn't a dwarf. But this statue, the build of it, if you will, looks actually very dwarf-like. So that makes more sense, actually. Nandru was a dwarf who was also a godlike. That completely checks out, I think. Nandru's probably one of your past lives, calling it now. I could see that, 100%, 100%. But okay, that's a pretty imposing statue. And people are already starting to gossip. He could have just been a chunky non-dwarf. I mean, that's true too. Alright, I guess we'll just go ahead and speak to the council first. Like I said, I have a bad feeling they're not going to help us at all, so we may as well go get rejected and then we can explore the city. Is sort of my my thought process.
The council's just up with it.
Are they gonna throw us in the volcano if this goes badly?
I hope not. I mean, I would like to think we could overpower them, but I don't know. How many people are on the council? Guess we'll find out. I can't believe there's no dwarves outside the council, or no guards, sorry, outside the council room door. Also, no one's been cleaning the corners of this place. What? For an ancient dwarven stronghold and home of the council, there is a lot of cobwebs around here. This is kind of disgusting, to be honest with you. And yeah, they just let me walk right up. This is kind of strange. All right, I guess they don't see me as a threat. I don't know. I think they're short of hands right now in Solace Keep. We have heard, of course, about the issues plaguing this region. Most importantly, they are running out of food. People are literally starving. So, I suppose they can't waste calories cleaning cobwebs. You know. Not much of a council, to be honest. Yeah, it looks like there might only be 2 of them, unless you're part of the council. No, they look like guards. I think there might just be 2 of them.
What is the meaning of this? Who let them in here?
They're here because I vouched for them.
Marius, you're alive.
There were rumors you died, Marius. We mourned you. You shouldn't have returned.
I trust you came back to us for good reason.
We need your help.
Indeed you do.
And we'll gladly help you. Right across our borders.
Believe me, I don't intend to stick around. Tell us what we need to know and we'll be gone before you remember to miss me.
Very well. We'll deal with you later.
So, you need our help. What do you expect us to do for you, precisely?
We're looking for a path to the garden.
There is no path.
Nor has there been for hundreds of years. There was a bridge once, but it fell in Nandru's time. How do you know of our garden, Envoy?
Normally, I don't like to talk about Sopadal communicating to me telepathically. I don't really like Sopadal and I don't trust Sopadal, but I'm pretty sure these people low-key worship Sopadal, so I think name-dropping Sopadal and saying that they're the one who sent me here might actually be beneficial in this particular instance. So I'm gonna say a god is imprisoned there. They spoke to me and begged me to come.
The garden is our sacred purpose. Its observation and protection, a task handed to us by Nandru himself. He once wrote that the island spoke to him. Perhaps as it has spoken to you.
The Envoy does bear a remarkable resemblance to our founder, does she not?
The markings on your face. I recognized them. But I didn't want to believe an Adiran could have anything in common with Nandru.
I am a godlike of the being in the garden. Maybe Nandru was too.
The godlike are gone.
There's at least one left, and she's standing right in front of you.
Perhaps you are what you say, but it does not matter. We did not lie to you. The bridge has fallen. The path is long gone.
If there is another way, Envoy, you will have to discover it yourself. But I fear you will be disappointed.
If there really is no way in, then why bother protecting it?
It has and always will be our duty to watch over the garden. Even if we knew of the potential of another path.
Potential, there it is.
Your facial markings might be similar to Nandru's.
So there is
but we
another
will
way.
not change our ways for an accident of flesh and cartilage. You are an outsider and will remain one forever. The agent of an empire bent on destroying all that we have built. Envoy, you and those like you are why we are here. The wardens exist to stand in your way.
Chances they're gonna shove you into a cannon and fire you across the acid. I think they might fire me directly into the acid by the sounds of this. I mean, as I was saying before, I was never expecting a warm welcome, so this honestly is exactly what I expected. But I'd be lying to say I'm not still frustrated with the frosty reception. Look, my purpose is greater than the concerns of Kith. We're dealing with the Dream Scourge here.
However noble you may believe your purpose, it is yours alone.
It's mine, too.
You have no more standing in these halls than the envoy does, Marius. We have no obligation, and indeed, no inclination to help you.
It's just like talking to a wall, right? Like, we're getting nowhere here. You know, I don't care what you say. I'm not going to stop searching for a way to the garden.
I would expect nothing less from someone like yourself.
Goodbye, envoy. Kostya, see the envoy out of our halls. Enough time has been wasted on inconsequential matters.
With all due haste, Mihala.
And Marius, don't stay gone so long next time.
If this is the kind of warm welcome I can expect, I can't wait to come back.
Follow me, envoy.
Right. I warned you they'd be useless. Or maybe I didn't, but I thought about it. You'd be better off tracking the Steel Garrote. At least they're not useless bureaucrats.
Politicians are alike everywhere, aren't they?
I mean, pretty much, but I think these dwarves are especially stubborn. So yeah, as I said, this wasn't actually out of the realm of what I expected, but still frustrating nonetheless. We're getting absolutely no help from the Council of Solace Keep. Before we are escorted out of here, though, I definitely want to take the opportunity to rifle through their belongings. Like here, we've got a torn page from a journal. A yellowed piece of paper mottled with water stains. It is written in Kostya's sprawling cursive. Most of it is intelligible, but a few lines are legible. I'm done. Drive a spear through my heart. I cannot take this zealotry any longer, not when everything we hold precious stands to burn to cinders, because Mihala decided a dead man's words are more valuable than the lives of our people. What will it take to make her understand? Does Solace Keep need to fall before she opens her eyes? Interesting. So maybe the council isn't as cohesive as they're letting on. Mihala is very much, we must follow orders no matter what, but Kostya is getting fed up, as is a lot of the dwarves here, about the deteriorating conditions in Solace Keep. That actually might be useful information, because if there's anyone who we can maybe get on our side, it's Kostya. Maybe if we say, look, you obviously are aware of the fact that you can't continue to live like this. Help us out and we'll help you out. Yeah, maybe we can help facilitate a little bit of a coup. Got a little map here. I'm not sure what that's all about. But yeah, I mean, you can see just even the condition of this place. Like, where are the rest of the counselors? You can tell there were some others at some point. There's a lot of empty chairs. Like, are they all dead?
Still lingering, Adiren?
No, I'll be on my way.
Good.
Before I do, though, I'm gonna rob you blind. Oh, you can't even lockpick it. You need Mahala's key. Damn. Okay, a collection of papers. A stack of meeting minutes, notes, and assorted papers. For the most part, it is a collection of bureaucratic effluvia. Hidden amongst the marginalia and footnotes is a series of handwritten exchanges between Kostya and Mihala, scrawled in shorthand and dripping with excessive punctuation. The two never seem to be in agreement about anything. Mihala writes most of her entries in full sentences. Kostya, on the other hand, shows a deep love for rude sketches. Muffin says, cozy chill Saturday stream, just planning a coup. Councilman Kostya, as per our conversation on the topic, we are supposed to present a united front, not whatever that was. It has come to my attention that certain parties have been intercepting my letters to Adir. While I'm uncertain who might be responsible, I would advise the culprit to stop doing so. The margins of our meeting notes are not for caricatures, that is all. I look forward to another several hundred years or so of working with someone more stubborn than stone. Hey, Meerkat!
Hi Tiff, love you in chat, but Meerkat do DNDONESHOT today. Bye.
Apparently my bot can't say one shot, but Meerkat, hi, how are you? Good to see you. Thank you so much for the 84 months. That is incredible. Thank you very, very much for your support. I appreciate you, and I hope you have fun playing D&D this afternoon. Gotta love a good one shot, right? I'm a little bummed that we didn't get to see the sketches. Yeah, agreed. Oh, Meerkat wants the trash wheel clip before he goes. There you go. Hopefully that inspires you in your one-shot today. But yeah, okay, so I'm glad I took the time to actually poke around a little bit before we're kindly escorted out, because clearly I think we've got some ammunition we might be able to use here.
I just wanted a word before you went on your way.
Yes? Raise an eyebrow quizzically.
I wanted to apologize for what happened in the council chamber. The situation here is desperate. We have more mouths than food. The old sicken, the young suffer. But Mihala, well, she's a devoted warden to her core. I think she'd rather we starve than ask for help.
Yeah. So, what is going on in Solace Keep?
There are just not enough resources to go around. And it's causing people to fall ill. She won't let our people leave, or speak with outsiders, or trade for the resources
Hey,
we
Euro,
need.
how are you? Happy Saturday.
There is no reason.
We're having a cozy Saturday afternoon here, planning a dwarven coup. You know, doesn't get much cozier than that.
Highest order. It's why I play my part where she can see. I don't want to risk her wrath.
I only just saw TS's comment about the trash wheel. So elegant, so athletic. Yeah, that's what happens when you roll a nat 1 on an acrobatics check. Trash wheel. This feels like a difficult situation for sure.
It is. I understand, Mihala, but principles won't keep your people fed and safe. Neither our oaths nor this keep will prevent our people from starving. Change must happen. We need to leave the keep. Do you understand me?
I completely understand you. I mean, I personally disagree with the Dwarven seclusionist policies. I mean, it's one thing to, want to protect your culture or whatever, but it's another thing to be so stubborn and seclusionist to the point where your people are starving because you can't even get what you need. So maybe while you don't want open borders with other countries, I think not even allowing people to leave or to trade with other nations is completely idiotic. On the bright side, Kostia seems a lot more reasonable than his compatriot on the council, meaning maybe we can do a I'll scratch your back if you scratch mine kind of situation. Maybe if we help him, he can then help us in return. What do you want from me exactly?
The keep decays, and we drown in a rot. The wardens defend a corpse against that which would revive it. We will not last here much longer. Not without food, building materials, medical supplies. I let Nadiran trade caravans slip past our patrols, but that's hardly enough. We need so much more. All of which your ambassador in Paradis could provide. If I could only start the conversation.
Okay. Count me intrigued. Assuming I can help, what will you give me in return?
Information. You're looking for another path to the garden. I don't know if there is one, but I know who might. You were right, The Stilgarot are in the mines at Mount Forja, looking for the garden even as we speak. If they haven't found what you're looking for, they will soon. I hear their commander is a determined woman.
That's one way to describe her, yes. You're off until Wednesday, Euro. Oh, that's awesome. Talk about an extra long weekend. I love that for you. Any big plans or just relaxing? What have you been playing lately? What's everyone been up to this weekend? Anybody have any big plans? Okay, so you knew about the Steel Garrote the whole time?
I lied to you. I'm sorry for that. I didn't intend to make you look like a fool. But I couldn't let me
Easter? Oh yeah, I gotta be honest, I kind of forgot it was Easter weekend. I guess some people have Easter plans.
For how this situation could advantage us. The garden does not
I'm
matter.
not a big celebrator of Easter, so it doesn't necessarily mean a whole lot to me, but I know some people do, and they have dinner and Easter egg hunts and what have you, so. What about duty? You don't care about your ancient Pargrunan duty at all?
Forget duty. Duty cannot feed our children. Duty cannot keep us safe.
I mean, I don't disagree with you there.
Can't argue with him on that.
Yeah.
The Inquisitor is a questionable creature, but she might be all that stands between us and doom.
I mean, trust me, you
She
don't
has the
want to put all your
ambassador's
eggs in the Inquisitor's
With her
basket.
support, he might agree to trade with us.
And she hates the Ambassador. I think you misunderstand the Ambassador's relationship with the Inquisitor. Those two do not get along, and she does not listen to him in the slightest. Ludwin goes where she wants, when she wants. No one tells her what to do except her god.
That is an understatement.
I don't doubt it. But she is powerful, feared, and on my doorstep. And he is far beyond my reach. I am an aging dwarf from a small, fanatical order on the ass end of a volcanic wasteland. Against Mihala's wishes, I have written to him many times. He refuses to lend his ear. But if a powerful ally were to speak on my behalf, there might be something I could offer him. Something like the keep.
You give them the keep? Have you lost your Sundan mind?
Yeah, that's crazy.
Solace Keep is just a place. You're looking for a way to help your people, aren't you?
The keep. Its inane traditions. None of that means anything to me. I want to offer up Solace Keep to Adir and the Stilgarroth in exchange for goods and gold.
That's a sensible trade in my book.
What?
Its existence has cost us so much. The least it can do is buy a future for our people.
Okay, is that bananas for anyone or just me? I was all on board with helping out Kostya to reach out to other nations, invite free trade, and help his people. But giving up their keep? I mean, why can't you just establish a trade relationship? I mean, clearly they have lots of like rocks and minerals and stuff they could trade. I figured that's what they would do, you know? We'll trade you stone for grain. I didn't think he was going to give up their entire ancestral home. Where the hell are y'all going to live? It seemed, just when I thought Kostya might be the reasonable one, it seems he's just to another extreme, right? The other counselor is over here and he's over here, and it's just like, holy crap. Hey, Death, how are you?
Oh, hello. I have a button to press. 46 months is a long time.
46 months is a long time. Thank you so much for pressing that button again this month, Death. I appreciate it so much. Thank you, thank you. I hope you're having a fantastic weekend. Enjoy your sub badge, your ad-free viewing, your emotes. But yeah, that is going crazy. I mean, like, I think that's going way too far. He's just gonna give up their keep? I mean, Inquisitor Ludwin must be fucking salivating at the thought of that. She's like, yes. They're gonna give up their homeland? Perfect. That's exactly what I like. Can't we meet in the middle here? I want to help you, but I also don't think you should give up your ancestral home. Like Muffin says, man is hella desperate. No comments on the decision, but I can see why he'd be willing to dump it all for a new start. I mean, I guess I get it at baseline, but when you think about it a bit more, like, where is everyone going to go? This is where all the dwarves have lived for hundreds of years, and the surrounding land is very barren and inhospitable. It's not like they're like, well, we'll give you the keep and we'll just move to our other city over here. This is a volcanic wasteland, so if they don't live here, I guess they're just going to completely leave this area. I don't know. I just feel, I understand desperate times call for desperate measures, but you'd think they would try to use some of their other bargaining chips before they just straight up say, yeah, take the whole ass keep, you know? A volcanic wasteland, all thanks to Sopadal. Yes, yes. I just think that's crazy. I can't believe he's willing to give up their homeland. But I guess if the only other option is for all the dwarves to starve and die, then yes, I understand where he's coming from. Again, it just feels like maybe we can meet in the middle somewhere here, and we don't need to go to such extremes, but... Anywho, sorry, I got caught up in the crazy twist in the story there. I need to catch up with chat. Hi Kev, how are you? Happy Saturday. TS says I did visit family Thursday to Friday, and top news is apparently I might change cars soon. Sick. Brand new car. Love to hear it. Hero says, I've got no big plans. It's WrestleMania weekend, so I'll be watching that. Otherwise, just hoping that the Oblivion remaster comes out on Monday, like some rumors say. I'm really surprised they didn't announce it. So if you guys haven't been following the news, it's basically confirmed that the Elder Scrolls Oblivion remaster is coming. So much got leaked, and I figured that they would just make the announcement after the leaks, especially considering that the majority of the rumors do indicate that the game is coming out soon, like next week soon. But I guess maybe they're going to wait and announce it on the same day that it drops. I mean, I personally actually don't hate that. In my opinion, there's nothing worse than when a game gets announced too early. Cough, cough, Elder Scrolls 6. There's nothing worse than when a game gets announced in 2018 and you've heard nothing about it in 2025. I would much prefer a shorter announcement to release window. You know, sometimes games get announced in like June and they come out in November, and I think that's perfect. Dropping on the day of an announcement, I mean, that's pretty ballsy, but at the same time, when you've already got an established name like Elder Scrolls, I suppose you can do whatever you want. But yeah, it'll be interesting to see if it does come out. I haven't played Oblivion since, I mean, I played it back on the Xbox 360. That was probably 2008. It's been a good 15 years since I've last played Oblivion, so honestly, I wouldn't hate re-experiencing it in a remade or a remastered edition. Ronnie says, we're not a big Easter family these past few years either, really. Muffin says, for some reason, my completely non-religious family thinks we need to have an Easter dinner, so I'm rotting as much as I can today to try and survive tomorrow. Well, hopefully the dinner is at least yummy. Me and my partner, we live quite far away from the majority of our family, so it's just the two of us. You know, we're not going to cook a big dinner just for us, and we don't really have any family obligations, so not much going on for us. We just enjoyed having Good Friday off yesterday, and that was our Easter celebrations. It is Easter. It's kind of the point to put as many eggs in your basket as you can. Touche. Touche. Hey Beast, how are you? Good to see you. Happy Saturday. Hope your weekend is going good. All right, I'm not going with number one. He's not a snake. He genuinely is trying to help his people, which I respect, unlike the other misses who would rather let everyone starve for the sake of duty. But I also don't agree with him completely. I mean, I guess we'll go with number two, which seems to sort of be the in-between option. We'll just say, I'm sure Mahala would love to hear all about this.
She already knows what I intend. And she doesn't care. Because she doesn't believe your empire could see us as anything but rivals. After Fior, I suspect you Adherents think of the people of the Living Lands as little more than bugs to be crushed. If you think of us at all. An agreement may protect us from dying from deprivation, and perhaps also keep us safe from Adir's hunger.
Death says, I've been having a good day off so far. Anime and chillin'. Nice. That is a good day off so far. I mean, giving them what you're willing to give them would change you all.
Yes, and that change would be an excellent one. We would be free of this keep, and able to explore, to breathe again. It might seem a foolish idea, but better to be a fool who tried than a coward who did not. Your quest for the garden is also a fool's errand.
Okay, well, you're allowed your opinions, and I will have mine.
And you've shared them all with me. I want you to get what you want, Envoy. My hope is that you don't kill the Inquisitor before I get what I want too.
Exactly, TS. TS says, I still feel like there's a happy middle ground between total isolation and giving up your ancestral home. Exactly. Why can't we just open the borders and invite free trade? I feel like that is the perfect happy medium, so that the dwarves don't die out, but they also don't lose their home. He's also like, I get, again, it all comes back to the old adage, desperate times call for desperate measures, but he's just taking everything a step too far. He's willing to work with Ludwin, who is the least trustworthy person in all of the land. If you give her the keep, it doesn't matter. That's not enough for her. Look, the Steel Garrote are unpredictable. They may force my hand in any sort of way. You never know what's going to happen when you come up against them.
I would never ask you not to defend yourself, Envoy. In any case, the Steel Garrote are at the Mount Forja mines. To get there, head west across the primordial depths. Do as you will. I believe the Pargrunen and the Adirians can forge a mutually beneficial alliance.
I don't disagree that you can
That
forge an
will not
alliance,
happen
but...
if there is unnecessary bloodshed. Also...
What is it?
well, if you happen to head north, you might pass by the Living Archives, a monastery dedicated to preserving our history. The monastery hasn't been in touch in days, and I can't spare a warden to check on them. Please, look in on them, if you can.
Right, I get it. He wants us to run his errands.
I do, Marius, because I trust you. And by extension, I trust the Envoy. Is that so outrageous?
Dude is not subtle, no, that's for sure. Seems like he doesn't think trade will work based on the fact that the caravan he let in died. I mean, that's a very small sample size, though. He let in one caravan during a time when, you know, he has no patrols on the roads. The only reason the caravan died is because they ran afoul of an ogre, you know? Like, it's like, if you actually put in the work to make a good, well-guarded road and stuff, you will be all right. You can't judge the viability of a trade agreement based on the one and only caravan you ever let in and did nothing for. An alliance doesn't have to mean giving up sovereignty. Yeah, I know. That's what it seems. He's just like, we're gonna die, so we may as well sell out to Adir. And I'm like, no, you've got, like... I hope there's a way to somehow establish a middle ground, because we're obviously not agreeing with Mrs., who's just like, no, we're holding up in this castle forever and we will all die if that's what it takes, because that's our duty. That's not even in the realm of possibility. But I also don't want to go as far as it seems like we need to go with this guy, for the dwarves to give up everything so they can be fed. Like, I really hope we have the opportunity to somehow find a middle ground, because otherwise it's gonna really suck having to choose between two extremes that I don't agree with either one. And I personally hate when games do that. They give you two options, A and B, both, you know, one is black, one is white. They're both completely different, and you have to choose. But I mean, that is kind of what the game has presented us with choices in the past. Like, in the last zone, when we had to deal with Naku Tadek, the ruins, we did only get option A and option B. So, if it comes down to it, we might not have a choice. But games that allow you to somehow navigate and find a third option, a middle ground, those are the games that I like. So, I just hope that we get that opportunity in this game, I guess. If only the choices weren't black and white, but gray or a different shade of gray instead. Exactly. Police your fucking roads, my guy. I have a reasonable solution to this issue. The game. Wanna bet? Yeah. The not living for much longer archives once Ludwin shows up, probably. Might these historians know of a route to the garden? The Imperial Library in Adir protects centuries of secrets.
It is definitely a possibility. The living archives contain centuries of knowledge. I wouldn't be surprised if there were clues to the garden's location in there somewhere. But I'm afraid I don't know for sure.
Okay. I'll go to them. Where can I find these living archives again?
They are to the north of Solace Keep, along the main road. And beware, if my warden's reports are accurate, there are a considerable number of Zarips between here and there.
If that was supposed to scare me, you're gonna have to work for something better, because I don't know how many Zorips we've killed on this journey. It's no big deal.
Nothing terrible has happened. Thank you for this envoy. You are more than the villains your people are made out to be.
He's in a tough position, but I believe he's trying to do right by his people.
I don't disagree that I think he's trying to do right by his people. I do agree with that. I don't think he needs to go that far. We should be able to come to some sort of middle ground, but again, whether the game allows us to access option C is the real question.
The council's still going at it. You know how Mihala is.
You've probably killed so many Zorips you could have used them as a bridge over the acid sea.
They're free. Won't be able to do anything until I talk to Mihala.
Of course, Captain. And, good luck.
What's going on here, Captain Jeffrey? That is a very interesting way to spell Jeffrey. Dude is at the end of his rope, not realizing that there's still rope left. Wow, what a good way to put it, Muffin.
I have to deal with Kazmi. And you're accompanied by a deserter.
There's the Joffrey I know.
Oh, it's
Still
Joffrey.
calling your parents by their first names.
Yes, I am. Every time I visit them. You should try it sometime. If you've a complaint, can it wait? I'm already dealing with enough.
What's got you so frazzled?
Ha! You're an outsider, and outsiders aren't allowed in Solace Keep. You lot are the only kith around who aren't dwarves. Or hadn't you noticed? And now one of my wardens has let you in. Mihala is going to ream me for this.
She did seem rather rigid, yeah.
You're telling me? None of this is even my job. Not really, anyway.
Still calling your parents by their first name. Sick burn. Right? Hey, Sleepy, that was an interesting comment, that's for sure. You mean Joffrey, the worst king to ever rule over Westeros? What happened to Captain Petru?
If I knew, I wouldn't be talking to you, Nimdut. Mihala said it was council business, but there's nothing in his office. No journal, nothing. One of my wardens, Mina, is convinced something happened to him, but I don't have the time or resources to spare.
I could look for him if you like.
Would you? That would take a load off of me. The council might even thank you for it. Talk to Mina. She's been distraught since Petru disappeared, so I've relieved her of her duties. I can't have one of my wardens like this, drunk and useless. She's likely over in the bar, drowning her sorrows. If there's anything to know about Petru, she'd know it.
Alright, guess we'll go find her.
Hard to disappear like that. Let's look into this.
Yeah, absolutely. And now we can take the opportunity to explore Solace Keep a little bit and find this bar. We've got a bounty board here in the mess hall with a bunch of bounties on it. We've got the first one, the Spore King, which is one we've already completed, which is always fun. Attention, a reward will be given for killing an exceptionally territorial sporling that has been causing havoc in the slumbering fields. It is believed to have been around since before even Nandru's time, but it is causing difficulty for our engineers and wardens that are trying to ensure fresh water continues flowing to Solace Keep. This creature must be destroyed for all of our sakes. That one's already done, so we can claim that bounty.
We've taken to calling it the Spore King. Not sure when it started.
Then we've got a bounty on someone named Destool. A reward will be given for killing a foul, undead creature that has been seen wandering the ash forest. For some reason, it has taken up residence in the forest's crater. Its very existence is an affront to Wodoka. Cleanse the tusks of its foul presence.
Put that poor husk out of its misery. Destroy it, so that the soul within can be...
Then we've got the beetle matriarch. I feel like we might have already killed her too? Maybe not. A reward will be given for killing a deadly beetle matriarch. It has established a large nest in Gallowayne's tusks and is breeding at an alarming rate. Remove this menace and stem the beetle invasion plaguing the region.
Be careful with
No,
this
we haven't
one.
yet.
We believe it's
I mean,
the
we've killed a
souls
lot
of
of big beetles, so I
infested
thought maybe we had already taken out the matriarch, but apparently not. Next up are 2 ogres, maybe? Yep. A reward will be given for killing the pair of ogres that have taken up residence at the old godless shrine. They are extremely aggressive and have refused any attempts to communicate. Worse, they have slain multiple wardens patrolling the area. Kongasar and Krusta must be eliminated. Her name is Krusta? Oh god. That is a bad name. Of all the things Mommy and Daddy Ogre could have named their child, they chose Krusta. Okay. Perfect.
Be careful with those ogres.
A crusty gal, eh? Apparently. Time for Beast to explore the storks. I need to see if they have the strawberries and cream fruity pebbles. Whoa. Let us know if you find them. Wanted. Sansa, some Nimdut from Paradis, reports his assistant, Renato, is missing somewhere in the Tusk. Oh, we actually already found him. Renato was, he's in prison, which is funny. We've actually already found him, so we just need to return the notes to Sansa. And this is the first of the cartographer's assistants that weren't actually dead when we found them, so that was a nice change of pace. Final bounty is a bear, Urvolna. A reward will be given for killing the fiend Urvolna. This massive bear infected by the Dream Scourge has been spotted in the Twined Wood. The god's forsaken beast has slain some of Solace's best wardens. It threatens the safety of our people and must be killed.
Be careful.
And there's the contractually obligated bear.
Beareth guide their souls to a better life.
Alright, well I can hand in 1 bounty.
Welcome to the Tusks, outsider. Be courteous while in Solace's halls, and you shall remain welcome. Check the board for bounties. Anything catch your eye, feel free to take it on. You'll be rewarded accordingly.
I've already got a bounty to claim.
Well done, outsider. Seems you may have a thing or two you could show my wardens.
The Spore King has been dethroned.
Funny. Hopefully that name can fade away into obscurity. Excellent work.
Alright, thank you. Goodbye.
Bring Magran's wrath upon the enemies of Solace, outsider.
Alright, now, let's go see if we can find, what's her name? Was it Mina? Was that who we were looking for?
Damn. Outsiders in the keep? Joffrey really must be shit at commanding the wardens if you got in. Marius? You're back? God's alive. I never thought I'd see you again.
Mina, is that you? Didn't recognize you with all that whiskey smell around you.
The whiskey helps me sleep. I've been working extra shifts without Petru here. Things would be a lot better if he was still in charge.
Dia says the main character's face could qualify her as the Spore Queen. I mean, the throne does seem to be empty now, so maybe it's my time to swoop in. Joffrey's not too happy he left either.
Left? That's what he told you? Sucker. Our captain didn't just up and disappear without warning. Something must have happened to him.
What makes you think that?
It's law in the keep that we don't ever leave Solace. Ever. Not unless we're on assignment at an outpost. Your friend Marius here is an example as to what happens if we do. Some people don't like that. Petru... he skirted the rules. Has some project out there. At that abandoned
Is he making
boarding
moonshine or something?
He usually goes out for a day or two, but always comes back. It's been weeks now, and nothing. I figure something must have happened to him. Who knows what's out there? Attacked by Zarips, killed in a lava flow.
Yeah, if he's been gone for weeks, I have a feeling we're only going to be recovering his corpse if we recover anything at all. But that old tower is a good spot to look for clues to his whereabouts, I think.
I think so too. I'd love to look into it, but Joffrey won't spare any wardens. Look, I know it's not your business, but you're the only one who can go in and out of the keep. If you happen to go by the abandoned warden tower, just to the northwest of Solace, keep an eye out for him, all right? Even a clue as to where he is would help. Maybe I'd be able to convince Joffrey to send someone after him.
I'll do what I can.
Never thought I'd see an outsider do more for me than my own people. Thanks, Adirin.
He's been missing that long, and no one thought to investigate?
Yeah, the people here are weird. Hey, Jazzy, how are you? Happy Saturday. Good to see you. Welcome to Avowed, where you've made it to the ancient dwarven stronghold of Solace Keep, which is pretty cool. We're actually looking around now, just chatting with people, picking up quests and what have you.
What do you want?
She seems very young to be working in a bar, but I feel like dwarves may be aged differently than humans, so... hello, small child working the bar. Any rumors I should know about?
Depends on what you care about. There's a bounty board you can check
Like, if someone was like, yeah, she's 14, I would believe them.
Something about the trade caravan.
That is a baby face to end all
I've yet
baby
to see
faces
hide
right
nor
there.
hair of them. And Mina here's been blubbering for
You're
a
just
while.
assuming she's young because of her
Really
stature?
doesn't
No, it's not her height, it's her baby
But that's
face.
all I've got. So, what do you want?
Nothing right now.
Suit yourself.
I've been sucked back into Final Fantasy XIV and having a great time. Awesome. Good to hear it. Final Fantasy XIV is a good game. I know lots of people just absolutely love it, so. A tea delivery! Thank you.
That's for sure.
Thank you. Hello, Chef Kumitru. You definitely don't look 14. This guy is old and weathered.
Listen, everyone
Okay,
wants
Elfin.
seconds, okay? You can get back in line.
Everyone
but
says
wait
hi.
Until next meal.
She says hi. She said, no, that's not what I said. I need to imitate it like you said it? Hi! She said I nailed it. It wasn't mocking. You said I had to say it like you did, and that's how you just said it. That's a reminder to go make some tea. Hell yeah, Kirky. What did Chef say? Listen, everyone wants seconds, okay? You can get back in line or wait until the next meal. I haven't had firsts yet.
Well, I don't... thought you were... let me start.
It's like she's here with us, says Jazzy.
Leader of the circus. No one does anything without a belly full of...
For a moment, I heard her, not you.
Honestly, Marius here
Thank you,
would
thank
get
you.
something better than I could rustle up for you.
I just do what I do. You make last week's salt pork taste like this week's salt pork.
Take a compliment, Amakul. You're a good hunter. Always were. I have a little time to chat right now. What can I do for you?
It didn't seem like the farms outside Solace were producing very much.
I doubt they ever will. The land here doesn't yield much, as you saw. And our livestock usually has many more legs than we do. We sometimes send wardens to the Twinewood to hunt, but that brings other dangers.
Speaking of guests, where's the princess in another castle? I'm not sure where
right?
Oh, Alana said
Of
she is
course,
in another
that
castle.
means I
Where
have
is
to
she?
be creative to find ways to make everything.
Oh, she's in her cave right now. So she kind of is in another castle. I'm sure she'll be in at some point though, when she hears us giggling and whatnot. You don't seem satisfied with the way things are.
Between you and me, I'm not. It's no secret.
Oh, Alana just said she heard her name and now she's emerging from her cave.
Councillor Kostia wants things to change around here. He wants
You
to
heard us
work with
talking
the
about
other
you?
settlements to increase trade.
Also, I love how you immediately understood who I meant, obviously.
Wild game from Paradise. Produce from Fior Messi Verde.
Come in! Muffin! Muffin, everyone wants to see you! I can hear Alana shepherding her into the office. Cave, did you finally get an upgrade from the cardboard box? No, we're talking about Muffin, not Alana. Come on, Muffin! Apparently she's very slowly making her way in, so she'll be here at some point. I've been summoned, Mother? Yes, you have. Get in here. Bye, Alana. You know, unfortunately, I wouldn't count on produce from Fjord anymore.
Ah, yes, I forgot. I don't know what I would do if my home was destroyed like that. I guess I take what we have for granted. Tradition says we have to survive without help from the outside world, or we'll never survive. Tradition has kept these walls standing. It makes sense why we'd be slow to risk losing that.
Well, I wish you luck with all of that.
Thank you, my friend. Best of luck to you.
Actually, hang on, we should see what he's selling.
Greetings. What can I do for my...
Ooh, he sells a ring called Gourmand's Delight. Food restores 40% more health and essence. That's actually pretty good. A couple things we can sell to him. And then he just sells food, which is as to be expected, I suppose. Good grief, Mother. Must I entertain these figments of your imagination once again? She means chat. Yes, this is the time of the week where Mommy just talks to herself for hours at a time. Okay, unfortunately we're like flat broke right now because we did spend all of our money on that new wand not long ago, but... So we'll hold off, but we might be able to do some shopping later. There's another store over here too that I want to check out.
Oh, great. Outsider.
Warden?
You need something?
I'd like to trade. He's a man of few words, isn't he? Alright, what does he got? Unique, legendary shield, superb scale armor, cave coral. Ooh, fragments of the spoils. This map provides information on the locations of fragments for Gallowayne's god totem. Purchase it to see the information contained within. Yeah, I want that. Where the fungal forest halts among ruins, the changeling's totem exalts. Below a bridge above the acid sea. Ooh, okay. Past disused tower guarding lava fields, a lupine pel. Okay, so that's just a bunch of like little riddles to point us in the direction of where we might find the totem parts. So that's good to have. You've been playing Xenoblade again. Kids got into a fight, and before going at it, the youngest kid yells, "It's rhyme time!" Okay, Sleepy, that is iconic. Also, judging by the look of this, I think we may have found the forge of Solace Keep. Very early on in our adventure, we found a material called star metal, which is essentially like a piece of asteroid that's come down from above. It's apparently like the strongest material in existence. And every time we've gone to a main town, we've asked people, can you work this star metal into something? And they've said, no, I'm not experienced enough. Eventually, people have said, if you want to work the star metal, you probably need to see the smith in Solace Keep. So all of that is to say, I think we might finally be able to work our star metal here, maybe. This is a pretty impressive forge here. Also, I like how Forge Master Della was so welcoming. Hello.
I hope you don't mind if I shout a bit. I feel like it's impossible to hear anything over all this banging and quenching.
That's fair.
Indeed. When they came down to tell us that we had outsiders about...
Jesus fuck, it must be scorching down here. Yeah, I mean, the whole place, like, the ambient temperature of Solace Keep must be hot enough as it is, seeing as we're, like, a couple of kilometers away from an active volcano. Let alone the fact that we're down in the middle of a forge here. I'd love to see your wares. Oh, wow. Okay, he sells some cool stuff. Faith and Conviction, a unique heavy armor. That's pretty cool. Bunch of superb stuff. I am going to buy all his essence potions. But I didn't have the opportunity to ask him about the star metal. Let's see.
You're back! What did you miss most?
And there's literal lava flowing all around the room. This forge is probably called Satan's Taint. Here we go. Stockkeeper Eberk told me you could make something special for me with this. Show him the star metal.
Did he now? And what exactly is Abidon's shiny beard? That's star metal! These days I work more with a quill than a hammer, but I think I can make an exception for this. And if the council doesn't like it, they can make someone else Forge Master. Oh, I'd be
I like this guy. This guy's great.
Oh, how I miss it!
So, what can you do with it?
The question you should be asking is, what can't I do with it? I could refine and sharpen the material into a sword, certainly. A simple enough ask once you know the secrets of star metal. Alternatively, there's something I've wanted to make since the last time I had my hands on this stuff. A star metal arquebus. Now that sounds like a proper challenge.
So, unfortunately, it looks like we only get two choices to make something out of star metal. We can either make a sword or a gun. Neither of which are really going to help me as a wizard. But it is what it is. I mean, if you really want to make an arquebus, then go ahead. Knock yourself out, bud. A meteorite rifle. Fuck me up with some of that. Yes, please.
May Abaddon guide my hand, and this trial be worthy of Magrin's attention.
This ought to be good.
Here it is. A firearm unlike any other. I call it the Moonstrike Arquebus, for it will strike your enemies as fiercely.
You might get into a high-stakes game of rock, paper, scissors, gun. If that's the case, I am ready and prepared. I see why you're the Forge Master. Thank you. This is an incredible weapon. Fuck, that was quick, right? Jesus. We blinked and he had it done.
You are most welcome, outsider.
Again, I can see where he gets his name, Forge Master.
Unlike any other metal. It is superior in nearly every way, and an unmatched
A rifle. All you gotta do now is find some tea and you're on your way to completing your British citizenship.
Bring me more fragments, and I will forge for you a blade unlike any other. Though with more star metal, I may be able to upgrade the Moonstrike Arquebus a bit more.
I've actually got some more star metal, so hey, let's complete the set. Make me the sword.
Certainly. I look forward to seeing what else I can do with this metal.
Now this, I have to see.
It is done. I call it the Meteor Blade. Never before has anything I've crafted held such a wicked edge.
Another masterwork. You've truly proven yourself, Forge Master.
Thank you for your kind words, outsider. I will take them to heart.
Looks like you take your inspiration from that shrine to Abaddon.
I know. A shrine to Abaddon in a forest.
So this is basically Valyrian steel. I think so, yeah. I've actually got some more star metal for you.
Blessed day. What would you like done?
I would like you to refine the meteor blade.
By the golem.
May as well use up all the star metal. I don't think we can use it for anything else, so.
But it will be worth it. Just you wait and see.
Can't wait to see how this turns out.
Here you are.
Also, he seems to be having a lot of fun working with the star metal, which is honestly the best reward. Look how happy he is. I will carve both of our names into the annals of history with this sword.
I will pray that
it's a shame he can't make a metal wand. I know, it's unfortunate, or like some armor or something. The only things he can make we're not really gonna use, but, you know, ah well. Alright, so we can actually take a look. Oh, hang on though. We could still make use of them in one of two ways. We could sell them for a bunch of money. This is the Moonstrike right here. The opalescent mosaic pattern decorating this arquebus brings thoughts of the stars beyond to its wielder. Each bullet fired from it strikes as violently as Andra's own moon and as cold as the void. The normally rigid star metal that was used to make this weapon has been masterfully molded into an exquisitely functioning arquebus. No easy feat. Running a finger along the barrel produces an eerie noise, somewhere between humming and a cacophony of whispers. You could do a gun mage build. Star metal for NPC mental health karma points. I mean, this way it honestly makes sense, because not only will we get money from what we made, which works out, but this way it feels almost like we're gifting his creations back to him, you know? So I kind of actually like the idea of selling the Moonstrike and Andra's Offense back to him, just as, you know, sort of our own lore, being that we gifted the Star Metal weapons back to the Forge Master. Andra's Offense. With more Star Metal to work with, Forge Master Della was able to take the Meteor Blade and hone its already impressive edge to something of legends. The cold emanating from this weapon has deepened to a chill worthy of the void that the metal came from. When holding this sword, you can almost hear a faint sound, not unlike the ebb and flow of the tides themselves. Yeah, those are epic weapons, so for anyone who's doing a sword build or a gun build, find Star Metal and keep it, because it is worth taking it to the Forge Master, and you will get some sick, sick weapons. But we're pretty far into the game now. I have no intentions of sort of changing my build, so unfortunately, we're not going to use Moonstrike or Andra's Offense, but we can get some money from them, so I'm going to sell them both to the Forge Master. He can keep them now, and now we got a decent bit of money, which is good. Note to self, if and when I play this game myself, I'll have to make a gun build. Alright. Forge Master's orders. The notice is written in intense, angry handwriting on a piece of smudged parchment. To all who serve in the Forge, I understand you think I'm unworthy of this position, but by decree of the Council of Solace and our— Who thinks he's unworthy of this position? Dude is a master smith. He just showed us his skills. I am your Forge Master, and you shall treat me as such. For example, no more leaving stations unkempt, no more sloughing ash in my direction, no more stealing of my rations. What the hell? Who is doing all this? Oh, poor Della. Now I'm more happy that we came down here, gave him something to do, and then allowed him to hold on to those creations, because apparently these assholes aren't treating him very nicely, which is so mean. Treat him nicely. He's very kind and very skilled. Thank you for your work, Della. Alright. Well, that was cool. Now, let's continue to explore Solace Keep. I'm sure there's probably some more side quests around here maybe that we can pick up.
Wake up, Mother. It's me, your little grubbling. Oh, my dear. It's been so long. How is my grandson, that little blight? Mother, I saw you earlier. Don't you remember? No, my little grandson.
That seems like a personal conversation. I mean, she doesn't seem like she's doing well. I think we'll leave them to that. I felt actually kind of bad eavesdropping on that conversation. Yeah, the Keep's certainly seen better days. I mean, things are in a pretty bad state around here. Probably doesn't help that I'm robbing everyone blind, but you know. Unfinished poetry. Again, seems pretty personal. I don't know if I should be reading that either.
It's too precious. Safe. In the drawer.
Your diary? Oh! What? Hang on. What the fuck? Talking about too personal, I think we found something really personal here in this drawer. Can I read this out loud? I feel like Twitch will ban me. We mustn't, I gasp, pushing her away from me as our lips part. It isn't right. Provetica upon us, my heart, she sobs, reaching up to card her fingers through my hair. We must seize happiness where we can. I gaze into her eyes, limpid pools of tears, and take her in as she stands before me. Her hair, tousled from our strenuous activities, falls gracefully over her shoulder in waves more beautiful than any ocean. Mahala, I whisper her name like a prayer. She surges forward, our tongues battling for dominance. What the fuck? Let our tongues battle for dominance is a pickup line. Don't forget, Mahala is the, cold as ice councilwoman lady that we met earlier. Apparently she's got some admirers. Oh my god, I am feeling very uncomfortable here at Solace Keep. I guess this is what happens when everyone lives under one roof and is not allowed to leave. You become privy to some very unfortunate conversations and diary entries. That was peak dwarf grocery store smut novel. 100%. The front cover would be, you know, sort of a Fabio-looking dwarf with long golden hair, and he was shirtless, of course. She's probably mad with you because you're interrupting her tongue battling time. That was so bonkers. Wow. That was like this game's, Lusty Argonian Maid. I think we just found the Avowed equivalent of the Lusty Argonian Maid. Alright, I gotta be honest, Solace Keep's a lot smaller than I thought it was gonna be. I don't know, I thought it was gonna be a little bigger than this. But these are pretty cramped quarters, to be honest with you. I mean, it does look like they go up a little higher. I suppose I just can't access the upper levels, but...
I hope the expedition to the Slumbering Fields is doing all right. Shouldn't they have returned by now? Expedition?
I make tea and come back to tongue battling. Welcome back, Kirky.
Haven't heard. Some wardens were sent to investigate.
Alright, well I think that's all for us in here right now. Let's head outside, and now we've got a lot of quests to complete. Speaking of tea, I haven't had my first sip of mine yet. When Alana delivered it, it seemed really hot, so let's see. Ah, perfect.
But Kostya says that Solace Keep is nothing but a crypt. We'll die in here.
I'm so tired of listening to you. Kostya this, Kostya that.
Solace Keep protects us all. I don't want to hear another word.
What's going on here?
An outlander.
Don't mean to be disrespectful, but we'd prefer not to deal with your kind.
What's wrong with talking to the Outlander, We need outside opinions. We need medicine. You're sick, Mother.
Pargrunen affairs are Pargrunen affairs. We don't speak of them to outsiders.
Even if it costs you your life, Mother? You'd rather die than ask for help from an Outlander?
Kostya has a lot to answer for. Poisoning our youth's minds with these ideas.
I think your child is actually on to something, to be honest with you. There's one thing to, you know, stay true to your traditions and your beliefs and your honor. There's another thing to be so stubborn that you're letting yourself die.
Once again, Outlander, we did not ask for your opinion. Leave us before we call for a warden's assistance.
No, I'm tired of this. I am leaving with Amalia's crew, and you can't stop me.
I'd like to see you try. You're not brave enough for that.
Jesus, Dad, that was brutal. Can you imagine you tell your dad, I'm running away, and your dad says, I'd like to see you try. You're not brave enough for that. Oh, Jesus. Dad, I went for the jugular. Alrighty, so let's take a look at our map here. So we've got a bunch of different bounty targets, and then we've got the whole northern region of the area, which we haven't actually explored yet. So I think what I'm going to do is take out some of those bounties first. For instance, there's a bounty right here for Mater Mare, which is the matriarch beetle, which is just inside the Writhing Ruins, which is actually not far from the Sallow Steppe party camp. So how about we fast travel there and knock out some of those bounties? As a dad, can confirm, kids are soft these days. I don't know, it sounds like your kids got it figured out, Sleepy. It's Rhine time? I love it. Alright, now seems like a great time to rest at camp as well, because we might be able to upgrade some of our items. First though, we should break down some of the stuff that we're carrying. Crafting. We'll upgrade all our materials. And still can't upgrade anything, but that's alright. We're getting there. Enchanting, we're good. Let's check in with Marius
did not go as planned.
and see how he feels now that he's returned to Solace Keep. But I want to see what they have to say first about the meeting with the council.
Traditions and arguments over texts written by non-Jews centuries ago.
Same story everywhere. Though, much of Rauatai's history is recorded in chants, so half our debates are sung.
That's fun. Can you imagine a debate in song? It would be like a rap battle, I guess.
Do you think there's hope for the council? Or are they too stuck in their ways?
Do I look like a new-Sunded politician? There's a reason I spend most of my time as far from civilization as possible.
Well, I'd vote for you, dearie. If only to see you squirm.
Thanks, Yatzley.
Envoy? Sorry. I've been in my head ever since we left Solace, thinking about the village.
That's understandable.
I'm tired of it. You need me focused, especially in the tusks, where just breathing wrong can kill you. Still, I don't know why I'm thinking about this village, or even why it feels so important. What if I get there and... oh, I don't know, I fall apart. Memories flood in and I don't know who I am anymore. Or worse, what if it's nothing?
If you feel this strongly about it, it's not nothing.
There was a story. The warden who saw the future.
What was it about?
There was a young warden who thought she could see the future. She'd think about things and they would come to pass. She was worried about her father falling ill, and he did. She feared her friend would die of exposure. It happened.
Go on.
One day, she was with her patrol unit guarding a watchtower, and she was struck by a terrifying thought. She just knew in her gut that Solace was under attack. Zareps, or ogres, or fire blights from the wastes.
So she left her post to stop the attack?
Oh, you've heard this one. The young warden tried to alert her unit, but they didn't seem concerned. They said she was delusional. So she left the tower to go protect Solace. And she found nothing there. Meanwhile, her post came under attack. Her whole unit was killed because she abandoned it.
Honestly, that's a really dark story. I was kind of hemming and hawing over the other options, but truthfully, I think the best thing to say here is that's a really dark story.
And they tell it to children. What if I'm seeing the future? I can't stop thinking about this village, as if I'm trying to predict what will happen.
But you sought help from your unit. We're here to support you.
Well, I'm fortunate to have you all here. Anyway, I appreciate the talk, Envoy. I clearly have some things to figure out. Anyway.
Alright, that's enough for now. Get some rest.
Not before I've done some reading.
Reading? Okay. I think we're gonna change everyone's outfits back to their default ones. I like just changing them up every now and then. And then I think we're done here. Alrighty, so time to go hunt down our first bounty. It should be literally just over here, about 150 meters away. Should be a giant beetle matriarch is what we're looking for, I believe. Beautiful view of the volcano. It's actually a really nice day here today in Galawain's Tusks. Yes, we've already cleared out some beetles here because we talked about how they left a lot of disgusting, I don't even know what to call it, like egg sacs behind? Mucus? I don't know, it's gross. But there's apparently a mama around here that we didn't get a chance to take care of. Yeah, it's our first combat of the day and we're already 90 minutes into stream. 90 minutes of politics, followed up with some fireballs. Gotta keep y'all entertained, right? I can't have any of you guys falling asleep on me. I know it's supposed to be a cozy Saturday, but you gotta work in some combat, I think, too.
Here it comes.
Thank you for the hydration, Bronny. Alright, where's that beetle? Ah, down in this cave. I see. We didn't come down here before, I don't think.
Just the smell in here makes me wish I hadn't eaten today.
Yeah, this is frickin' disgusting.
Never complain about Marius' laundry habits.
Also, that is a huge skull. Got some vertebrae. I don't see a big beetle, though. Where the hell? I forgot about the Fisto Roboto wand. Yep. For anyone who's wondering, what the hell, is that a tiny fist on your wand? It sure is. We got this, on our last stream. It looks ridiculous, but it is extremely powerful. Oh!
Oh, no, you don't!
That guy had a treasure map on his person. Okay, hang on, giant beetle, while I decipher this map. So that looks like a location we can definitely easily find. Just in front of Solace Keep. I found a strange arrowhead in the caves where I'm not allowed to go exploring. But that's okay, I've hidden it so I can find it again when I finally grow up. Now it's just a oh no, we found this on a dead body. He never grew up. Oh, that's awkward. And he tried to hide the map in the abandoned beetle's nest because it was sure to be safe there. Oh, everything about that was unfortunate. The nest was not abandoned. The kid never grew up. The place was not safe. But on the bright side, now we got the treasure map and we can go find whatever he was hiding. Oh my god, you see how many beetles just came up from like literally nowhere? Holy crap! That is a lot of beetles. Alright, luckily Mama Beetle wasn't actually that difficult. What's gonna be difficult is the veritable army of beetles she summoned. Fireball! Okay, we're alright. See, I told you my new wand was badass. We're good, we're good, we're good. Holy moly. Yeah, this place was the furthest thing from abandoned I could think of. Whatever the opposite of abandoned is, that's what this beetle nest was. How did my Rivals games go the other night? Cool. I was trying to learn the new character. I'm sure everyone's seen Thick-Thighed Mommy, Emma Frost, that's been added to Marvel Rivals, so I was trying to learn her a bit. It's always a little bit difficult learning new characters, but it was fun. Alright, we got the Matriarch's Horn, which means bounty complete. We can get the hell out of here. God, this place is disgusting. Teeming is the word I'd use. Teeming with beetles. Yeah, that sounds about right. Absolutely teeming with beetles, indeed. Speaking of beetles, I found even more! Oh god, and these ones, like, explode? The fuck? Okay. I'm not up on Rivals. Did they manage to out-thick Squirrel Girl? Oh, they did. They did. Just do a quick Google search and you'll see how thick the new character is. Alright, so the treasure we're looking for should be somewhere, like, in this region right here. So let's fast travel to the Solace Keep party camp. There are 2 bounties there as well that we can clear out, and hopefully we can find that treasure. What are fireballs if not extremely heated dialogue? I only just saw that. That's good. It's my own personal rap battle, right? Alright, so Solace Keep. Treasure should be down here somewhere. And guess what? There's a bunch of beetles over here too. Now, let's see. It should be just a random backpack. It should be like here. Wait, is it looking at the castle from the opposite direction? It might be. Hang on. Hang on. Castle to the left. Other thing to the right? No, it's not. Okay, so it is looking at it from this direction. It just must be south a little bit. Wow, good view of the garden today. Aha, okay. It should be like right here somewhere. Oh, do you see down there? There's like a little waterfall. I feel like that's got to be it. Yeah, this is totally got to be it. Ooh, and treasure. Nice. We got it. Scout's Reach. It's a unique trinket that gives you +4 perception. This shard of Audra is in the rough shape of an arrowhead. It's not clear whether this is its natural shape or if it was worked. Centuries ago, it was the favored trinket of a godless scout who met their end at the hands of the Megfolk, like so many others. Those who hold it feel empowered to traverse the living lands as their senses are sharpened to a supernatural precision. So, unfortunately, well, it's really good, +4 perception. If we were to equip it, we would have to unequip this one, which gives us +4 intellect. And for our personal build as a wizard, intellect is more valuable than perception. So we're not going to use it, but an interesting trinket nonetheless. And now, I actually thought the treasure was down here. It wasn't, but there is something down here. Oof! And I barely survived the fall. But now that we're down here, we gotta see what it is, right? Ouch. My int is maxed already, though, isn't it? It's maxed due to the presence of that trinket. Because remember, we redistributed my skill points? So... if we unequipped our +4 necklace, we wouldn't have max int anymore. It's a nice view of the keep here. Is that it, though? Oh, someone died. Rip. At least his loot didn't go to waste. He must have been trying to live down here. What happened? He just, like, tripped and fell into this pond? Seemed like a pretty good setup he had going, honestly. Alas, he met a tragic end. Alright, so our next bounty is up here. The Ogres, Kongasar, and Krusta. Ah yes, Krusta. Hey Sharp, it is playoff weekend. I'm so excited. My Ottawa Senators play tomorrow in their first playoff game since 2017. In 2017, I hadn't even started law school yet. That's how long ago it has been since I've watched an Ottawa Senators playoff game. I am insanely excited. I was saying earlier, I'm just so happy to be here. I don't even really care how it all turns out. Obviously, I hope we do well. We play our best. We win a couple of games. But I am just so genuinely excited to watch some playoff hockey that, like, yeah, cannot wait. Your Blues are tonight against the Jets? Awesome. Well, best of luck to the Blues. You were just checking the new item doesn't try pushing it past the cap? No, 'cause, like I said, we've redistributed my skill points so that it gets to 15 perfectly because of what we have equipped. So if I unequip the pearlescent ecohedral hellstone, I'm pretty sure I drop quite a bit. Well, I dropped by 2. So I mean, I guess then we could put the other points into intellect and get it back up to 15, but... yeah. I think I'd rather have the max intellect for right now. Maybe once we level up and get a couple more skill points, I'll put them into intellect so we max it out naturally, and then I can unequip the trinket and use the other one instead, but for right now I want to make sure we have max. Alright, ogres should be over here. I've actually already been over here before as well, but never came across the 2 ogres that we've got a bounty on. I must have just missed them. Oh, I think they're like up on top of this rock formation. Let's see, this is a very interesting rock formation, by the way. Not sure if this is like igneous rock from the volcano and that's why it looks so different, but... Alright, here we go. I see an ogre straight ahead. Shrine to Galawain. It looks like the ogres have set up camp here. There's 1, there's 2. Is there anyone else here? Is it just them 2? Presumably, they probably fucked up anyone else who got near them. Before we take them out, though, we got some loot to find. Galawain's Grin Part 3. Okay, well if we can find parts 1 and 2, we can read them in order. Yeah, these are some big ruins here. Alright, there's Kongasar and there's Krusta. Let's do this thing. Oh, is one of them a mage? No, there's a skeleton priest here. They're not alone after all. Hang on. This isn't gonna be as easy as I thought it was gonna be. Holy crap, what else is here? A bunch more skeletons? This actually wouldn't be that difficult if there weren't all these skeletons. But the skeletons, there's a bunch of priests, and they keep healing the ogres. Which is extremely frustrating. And there's skeleton wizards. This is bananas. Okay. Luckily, Kongasar's almost down. Leave me alone! These fucking skelly priests, I know. Just gonna throw that cozy out the window. Yeah, things are getting decidedly less cozy the longer this battle goes on. Holy moly. I've been using my extra dodge range a lot during this battle. You picked a bad day. It's almost Skeleton Easter, so I've got double the resurrection for you. You know what else is bananas? Someone running into your ceremony and blasting with a little fist wand. What are you talking about? That is a completely normal thing to do. If anything, they're rude for trying to fight back. Okay. I think the ogres are down? No, that one's still alive. Okay. The ogres are down. Now it's just me and the never-ending skellies. There's gotta be another priest here. which keeps rezzing them. Because they're legitimately never ending. Let's see. You a priest? No, you're a ranger. You're a ranger. You're a ranger. Where the hell's the priest? I know there's one here. Or maybe there's just an extraordinary amount of skulls, I guess. This is just bananas. Okay, I think we're almost done. One more. Done. Holy moly. Yeah, if it was just the two ogres, that would not have been nearly as difficult as it was. The fact that there was also 1 million skeletons definitely made things a little bit more difficult. On the bright side, it does look like we're going to be handsomely rewarded for what we had to go through. We've got loot here. We've got a spiced beetle sausage. Okay, sure. And then we've got a new God Shrine totem base for Gallowayne. That's actually awesome.
You people probably want to take it back to camp and study it, yeah?
Absolutely. Happy loot goblin noises. And now we can loot the ogres for proof of our victory. Also loot all the skills. Here we go. We get a half moon bracelet is our bounty trophy. And then I can't remember if that, yeah, that's Kongasar. So now we need to find wherever Krusta died and grab a bounty from her body. I thought she died over here, but I don't see her body. Did I disintegrate it, perhaps? This is the worst part, is trying to find the bodies after. Kongasar is there. Just look for the crustiest ogre. I'm like, is she just gonna be a pile of dust? Did I accidentally disintegrate Krusta? Because that's gonna make the search a little more difficult. You know what I'm saying? One of them died immediately under the platform those last archers were on. That's what I thought too. I thought she died literally right here. But I don't see her body. Does that disintegrate the loot? No, the loot should still be able to be picked up. Did you need the loot off both of them? Yeah, because the objective is still there. Collect a trophy from Kongasar and Krusta. So I need one more. That's so weird. I'm like 99% sure she died right over there, but I don't see her body. Sometimes the loot spawns on or in walls. Perfect. Perfect. Well, if that's the case, it's probably underneath. Okay. Honestly, it kind of looked like we could get underneath, so maybe that's what we have to do. Maybe it ended up... Yeah, I guess the other option is we just reload. We need Yatsley to dispel that. Yeah, there's nothing else here. Because that's another bounty. Let's just try reloading. Yeah, because we picked up this, the half-moon bracelet. This bracelet bears the nicks of time in battle. Embedded in warm copper is a blue gemstone cut in the shape of a half-moon. A talisman often worn for protection from fear and illusion. It is one of a matching pair, suggesting the closeness of the duo who wore them. So I think we need to find the other one before we can turn in the bounty. Fuck, I think it might have glitched out, maybe. Oh, and now all the bodies are gone. When did it save before that battle? Let me see if I can reload to immediately before the battle and just do it again, maybe. But I'm not sure if it auto-saved right before. Let me just see. No, this is immediately after, right? Yeah, this is immediately after. All the bodies are gone, but the loot's still here. You can get Kongasars. Okay, can I load back even further? Let's see. This might have been... I think this might have been before the battle. Let's see. Reddit suggests the loot might be up to 150 meters out, just in the middle of nowhere? Seriously? Well, should we check that, or should we just redo the battle? Suppose we may as well check that first. Let me check that Reddit thread that, TS just, posted. Same thing happened to me with Kongasar and Krusta. I got the trophy from one of them, the other is gone with the wind. I found Krusta's body way behind, like 150 yards, that whole area after the fight was over. Yeah, after reading the post you replied to, I went back to look around the north side of the shrine and found a random X drop with the other ogre's shit near the lava cliffside north of the shrine. Okay, interesting. So this has apparently happened to a lot of people? Okay. I mean, I don't know if that's gonna help me if I need to run all around and try to find a random loot drop, but... I'll run around and see. If not, I guess we're just gonna have to do the battle again. No, she's right there! She was turned into a pile of dust! Oh, thank God. Okay, we're good. We're good. No. That was the other one. No. No. That was the one we were looking for. Okay. Whew. We did it! Yay! That was a really random loot spawn, but, we'll take it. Alright. We've actually got another bounty just around the corner now. Double check my inventory. Yep. 2 half-moon bracelets. Perfect. Save my game. F5. Quick save. Alright. Our next bounty is Urvolno. Is this the bear? I can't remember. I mean, we'll find out soon enough. Yeah, it's the bear.
Quiet as the depths.
It has been a long time since we had to fight a bear. This is a dream-scourged bear. Let's see if we can get a sneak attack in. Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah, and that did good damage. Ugh, the growths on it are so gross. And guess what else is here? Skeleton mages, because one bear is not enough. They needed to hit us with skeletons too. We've got wizards, we've got warriors, we've got priests. Again, if it was just the bear, this would be an easy fight. Unfortunately, the game said, nah, we're giving you way more than that. Alright, bear is down. That was actually pretty easy. Now, the skills. Okay. That wasn't bad at all. That was way better than the other one. Holy crap, also, that's a lot of blood. Alright, we collect his moldering pelt somehow, even though I absolutely disintegrated him. Somehow his pelt survived. And we can put an end to all the poor people who were ravaged by this giant bear. Look how many bones are in this cave. Holy crap. We got something pretty good there. Cartographer's Companion. Unfortunately, again, to equip it, we would need to unequip the pearlescent hellstone. We're picking up so many good amulets, and it's like, I want to equip them all. I don't know why I can't wear multiple necklaces, but they're making me pick and choose. So we'll hold off for now, but that actually is some good loot. Alright, that's another bounty done and dusted. Hey Luke, how are you? Happy Saturday. Okay, so I don't think there's anything else out around here for us now. So let's head back to Solace Keep and turn in the bounties that we've completed so far. Actually, before we do that, you know what we should do? We've got the other quest. Return Gallowayne Tusk's cartographer's notes to Sansa. Why don't we do a quick fast travel back to, not Emerald Stair, Dawnshore. Visit Paradise, turn that in, and then we can go back to Solace Keep. Shame you can't just pile on the necklaces like some sort of godlike Mr. T. I know! And it's the same with rings. You can only equip 2 rings. I see that I have 10 fingers, so I'm not sure what these restrictions are all about, but they're quite frustrating. I wish I could wear more necklaces. I wish I could wear more rings. Unfortunately, you are very restricted in how many things you can wear, which sucks when you're constantly picking up good loot, so... Alrighty. Just load in here to Paradise. Then we have to go up to Sansa's shop in the administrative district.
The Adherents have come quietly. They will not take us by force, but with rules and charters.
Hello, Mr. Sansa. I'm back again.
You're back. What have you found?
About Renato.
You found him?
Yes. Oh, cool. I actually got an achievement. Apparently we completed Sansa's map of the Living Lands. That was the final piece of cartographic data that we had to pick up. Renato is still languishing in his cell as we speak.
Imprisoned? And you didn't try to free him? What did he do?
If you really want to know, he was stealing artifacts to support himself.
Stealing? Oh, but that violates every principle of our field. Madico, this expedition is cursed. Where did I go wrong?
You sent people out into the wilds with no training and no one to guide them. Maybe take one moment to actually think next time?
You should have been out there with them. What happened to pulling with your crew?
How big is this game? I mean, it's huge. We're 45 hours in, and we've still got presumably a decent bit left. It's, you know, it lives up to its open world fantasy RPG moniker. It's a really big game, and I've been doing my best to slowly make my way through and complete as much content as we can, but I no doubt missed some stuff. So, like, if you're going for, you know, a completionist run or as close to a completionist run as you can, you're looking at 60 to 80 hours, I think. This is quite a meaty RPG. You're definitely getting bang for your buck if you're going to pick up Avowed. Out of interest, did you even vet them before you hired them and sent them out on these cross-country adventures?
Perhaps not well enough. I hoped their excitement would make up for their inexperience. If nothing else, my map is very nearly finished now, so some good has come of the expedition after all. Thank you, Aimika. You've helped me shape the course of
I think if you just do main quest like a weirdo, you can hammer it out in 30 hours. Yeah, that's what I said earlier, that if you only do main quest, I think you could probably do it in 25 to 30 hours. But I would not recommend that. I feel like the meat of the game is actually in its world building and side quests, and some of the best content has been in its side quests. So, I mean, yeah. Obviously, everyone can play how they want to play, but I wouldn't recommend just running through the main quest. But if you did, you could probably shave some time off your playthrough.
I understand a curious spirit, but I promise that region is well mapped.
Aha!
Let's take these things back to camp.
There was a totem fragment back here. But yeah, this dude kind of sucks, Muffin. The TLDR is Sansa sucks, but anyway. He's been paying us, and if everyone was dead anyway, I may as well go pick up their data. Alright, so we'll go back to Galawain's Tusk now. Back to Solace Keep, turn in our bounties, and then we're going to start heading north in the region. Tiff, have you looked into Tainted Grail? I've never even heard of it. What is Tainted Grail? You would be a weirdo for playing an RPG and not engaging in any side quests, though. Let's be real. Yeah, I mean, you know, and especially an open world RPG as well. It's, I feel like it's definitely not encouraged or even intended for you to just, like, sort of bulldoze the main quest. Obviously, play games however you want to play them, but I don't think that is at all how this game was intended to be played, you know? Hey Beast, welcome back. They did not have the strawberries and cream Fruity Pebbles. They did have the one with marshmallows, though. Did you get the marshmallow one, or are you holding out for the strawberries and cream? Tainted Grail is a video game. It has taken a few elements of Skyrim. Oh, no, I've literally never even heard of it, Luke. I'll have to check it out sometime. I mean, I've been saying this a lot. Avowed is probably the closest thing I've played to Skyrim in quite some time. I mean, obviously just the perspective of it. A first-person fantasy RPG is inevitably going to draw those Skyrim comparisons. I think, you know, Avowed is fundamentally different than Skyrim. They're definitely not one-for-one copies, but if you want to talk about similar style games, Avowed is definitely in that conversation. So I've really enjoyed it, and I mean, wouldn't mind another fantasy RPG if there's another good one out there. Have you looked at the Oblivion remake? Yeah, I saw that. It'll be interesting to see if it actually comes out on Monday or not, like everyone's speculating. MK says, I've heard of this new game, Oblivion Remastered, is also going to be similar to Skyrim. I'd look at it this way. If you liked Skyrim, you'll probably like Avowed. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, the Oblivion, I gotta be honest, I wouldn't mind replaying Oblivion or playing it in the form of Oblivion Remastered, because I haven't played Oblivion in at least over a decade, probably closer to 15 years, and when I played it, it was on the Xbox 360 and it was janky as fuck, so I'm sure, you know, with a fresh coat of paint and replaying it again in 2025, it would be a really good experience. But at the same time, after, you know, diving into such a big fantasy RPG like Avowed here on stream, I'm not sure I want to dive into another one right away, so maybe I would play Oblivion on my own time, or maybe we'd save Oblivion for, like, later in the year, but I try to, you know, get some variety in the games that I play here on the channel and try not to tackle too many big games back to back to back, so we'll see. I don't think I've played Oblivion since Horse Armor. Right, Oblivion was the start of microtransactions, wasn't it? I actually forgot about that. Yeah. So many hours in Oblivion back in the day. I think somewhere over 3,000 hours, if I remember correctly. Holy shit, MK. I didn't realize you were a legitimate Oblivion pro. That's honestly impressive. Didn't you play it on stream a few years ago? No, that was Morrowind. I played on stream. I had never played Morrowind before. We played that on stream. That was 2019? Holy shit, time flies. But I haven't played Oblivion on stream. I never played Oblivion to begin with. Might be fun to try the remaster. Oh yeah, if you've never played it before, it's worth playing. It's a good game, and especially if it's coming out in a remastered edition. Man knows every stone and shrub of Cyrodiil. I did a grid and did every single map marker in the game. Honestly, I love that for you. That is awesome. Bronny says there's 2 Tainted Grails. One is an open world RPG and is still in early access. The other, by the same people, is a turn-based deck builder roguelike. Hang on. The same team made 2 different games, both with the same name? That sounds like a marketing nightmare.
Anything to report?
Yes, I have some bounties to claim.
Excellent work.
The bear is dead.
Vengeance for the fallen. Thank you. This means more to me than you know.
Kongasar and Krusta are no more.
You did it? Can't believe someone took them on. Let me look at those amulets. How strange. Matching half moons.
The beetle matriarch has been exterminated.
Well done. We'll always have bugs to deal with, but at least they won't be hatching in such large numbers anymore.
Nod politely. Alright, that's 3 bounties down. I think we've got 2 more to go. And we've got a bunch of other quests up in the northern region of this area as well. So we may as well just sort of tackle them in the order we see them. So the first one is the Northern Warden Tower, where one of the wardens has gone missing. Apparently he's been missing for weeks now, which makes me feel rather pessimistic about us finding him alive. But apparently he used to go to this Northern Warden Tower every now and then. So might be a good place to start and try to gather some clues as to his location. What do you mean? It's double sales when everyone buys the one they didn't want and have to buy the other one.
Today was as rancid as a Zarev's bulls.
Oh, okay. It's not the exact same name. It's different subtitles. Right, so it's supposed to be thought of as a franchise. I understand. I understand. The turn-based one was mainly made to show off the setting and earn money to fund the open-world RPG. Gotcha. Well, that's cool. I personally am not a fan of early access games. I always wait for games to come out of early access, but if and when the game comes out of early access, maybe we can give it a look. I know one game that is slated to come out of early access this year, which I am insanely excited about, is Hades 2. I've been chomping at the bit to play Hades 2. Hades 2 is one of the games that's actually made me almost go back on my personal my personal position of not playing early access games. There's a couple of times where I've been like, should I do it? But no, I'm holding strong. We're holding out until Hades 2 comes out in its full release, and then we will definitely be playing that on stream. We played Hades 1 on stream, and I loved it, so I can't wait to play Hades 2. Now, what is going on here? What? Hi.
Outlander, may gods help me. We're being slaughtered. The archives, please, gods.
Oh, we heard about the archives from one of the counselors. Hey Wilderness, good afternoon. I hope you enjoy the game. I have been loving it so far. Avowed is absolutely fantastic. You know who else is fantastic? Just H2O. Hello, thank you so much for the raid, Water. How are you? Everyone, please go check out Just H2O for your daily dose of hydration. They were last streaming Pokemon Legends Arceus. Nice, great choice of game. One of my favorite Pokemon games in years, actually. I hope you had a great stream today. Hello, everybody. Hi, Lucia. Hi, Lily. Hey, Water. The Water Nation has arrived. Prepare yourself with some snacks. I don't have snacks, but I have water, so cheers to you. Hi everybody, if you don't know me, my name is Tallara. I'm a variety streamer here on Twitch. We play all sorts of games, and right now we're currently playing Obsidian's newest RPG called Avowed. We've been playing this for the last couple of weeks. This is an absolutely fantastic game. If you're into open world fantasy RPGs, you owe it to yourself to check it out, honestly. I absolutely love this game. So we're having a good stream here this afternoon, just hanging out, questing throughout the world, and it looks like this guy right here, Novice Bojan, needs our help. Kostia actually sent me to investigate the archives. What's happened?
My brothers, my fellow monks, they changed into monsters before my eyes. They're tearing everything apart. Oh my gods, how could this be happening?
It must be the Dream Scourge, is it? Oh, damn. Okay, I'll head to the archives right away.
Oh, thank the gods. Bless you, Outlander. Friend, thank you. Head north along the main road. The archives are on a bluff. You can't miss the smoke. Look for Grigor. He'll know what you need to do.
What other games have Obsidian made that I might be familiar with? Fallout New Vegas is probably their most famous title, I would argue. It's a fantastic title. They've also done 2 other games that are set in the same universe as Avowed. Pillars of Eternity 1 and 2 were both done by Obsidian and were the first foray into this fantasy universe that they've made. They've also done The Outer Worlds, which is a really cool game. That's an open world sort of sci-fi RPG, very Fallout-esque actually. And then they also have done Pentiment. They did Pentiment, which is a very different game for them actually. That's like a story focused type of game. And then the last game that they've done you've probably heard of is what's the one? You're really little and it's like an open world sort of sandbox survival game, and you're in a backyard and there's big bugs around. I can't remember the name of that one. I didn't actually play it, but that's Obsidian as well. So they've got a pretty good track record, actually. Obsidian have made a lot of really awesome games, and especially if you're a fan of RPGs, Obsidian is sort of top of its class, it seems like. Grounded, that's the one I'm trying to think of. Thank you, TS. Yes, Grounded. All right, this is the Northern Watchtower. It does appear to be abandoned, and it does appear that Zorips have actually taken over the Watchtower.
Watch yourselves.
We're gonna have to clear these guys out. Yeah, we actually played The Outer Worlds on stream, and I really, really enjoyed it. I thought it was really well written. That was the thing that stood out to me about The Outer Worlds. You know, its combat was really nothing special, but the writing was fantastic. And yes, not to be confused with Outer Wilds. Those were 2 games that actually came out in the same year and were both really good, but also really different. And a lot of people got them mixed up because the names are so similar. Oh, thanks, Feast. The Outer Worlds is basically sci-fi at Avowed. Yeah. Okay, I'm trying to get rid of all the Zorip before I spend time, like, investigating this area, because God knows they're gonna ruin any sort of exploration and investigation I want to do.
Just like the good old days.
I think there's at least one more here. Hello? Hello? Tiff is too OP. Just melting these lizards.
I've seen worse. Some paint, a mop. Maybe I haven't seen worse.
I think they're gonna need more than a paint and a mop, but I like your optimism.
Now we know what they were doing instead of housekeeping.
Yeah, okay. I don't know where the other Zorips are, but anyway, let's see. Let's start doing our investigation, I guess. Right away, I see water-stained notebook. Oh, they were practicing animancy here in the tower? Interesting. Here I thought it was going to be like a moonshine operation. This is, definitely not what I was expecting. The animancy equipment I've procured from Emerald Stair is nothing short of wondrous. The people of Fior have grown bountiful crops from nothing with these machines. Perhaps we may save ourselves from starvation and rationing yet. And the Pargrunen practiced animancy before at various points in our history. Surely Mahala will allow this. Mahala denied the proposition. She says that animancy does not support Nanju's directives, since he does not explicitly mention the practice in the oaths. Sokka, I think. It's her keep and her rules, but if we don't act now, we'll starve. Honestly, I think it's a brilliant idea to try to use animancy to grow some crops up in this region. I actually think it's brilliant, but clearly I don't think it all worked out for him. I set up a small garden at the top of the ruined outpost. It's working so far. I have hope that Mahala will see reason. Mahala is a stubborn old goat. She refuses to discuss my successful experiment and said that if I continued this project, she'd have me locked away in the Ash Forest for sedition and treason. Oh, is that where he is?
They probably took Petro to the Ash Forest for this. Hope the Zorops haven't found him.
Interesting. Okay. So Mahala knew where this missing guy was the entire time. Okay. Animancy, moonshining, really just a different flavor of the same punch. The lizards be like, run, Tallara is coming! Run, run, run as fast as you can! Zorp movements. A list of dates and numbers. Upon reading through all of it, you can deduce that it's keeping track of a nearby group of Zorps and endeavoring to make sure the writer isn't discovered by the tribe. I mean, it sounds like the guy actually got out of here before the Zorps came, but his fate may be worse than if he was here than when the Zorps came, you know what I mean? Does animancy turn dwarves into monsters? No, it shouldn't, unless something went terribly wrong. If anything, it would just kill him if something went wrong, I think. I don't think there's sort of any risk of anyone becoming monsters. But who knows? Oh, there's another Zorp.
One for you.
Easy peasy lemon squeezy. Wow, he disintegrated in front of our very eyes. It was kind of badass. An account of stock. The ledger, made filthy by dust and rot, contains records of the supplies kept within the tower. As a former waypoint between Solace Keep and Mount Forja, the tower was often used to store raw materials mined from the tusks. It also stored a great deal of foodstuffs for itself and the miners in Mount Forja. As the entries progress, however, there seems to be a sharp increase in both arms and armor, as well as emergency medical supplies. The last entries show an attempt to move as much equipment as possible out of the tower. So I guess that's when it was originally abandoned. It was being attacked, presumably by Zorps, I guess. The worst we've seen so far is someone practicing animancy turned into a distinctly human-shaped tree. Oh yeah, good point, yes. Yes, that's right. That's right. Which, you know, the tree didn't really pose a danger to anyone else. Of course, there's the key. If I had had the key, I could have saved all my lockpicks up above, but it's fine. Lockpicks are there to be used, right? Except that now I have none left, but it's fine. Okay, so we've got a lead. I guess now we need to... the Ash Forest is all the way up there. So we will get there, but honestly, I think I'm gonna go this way first. Marius has asked us to find a village for him. Let's see. Marius has unresolved history from his childhood growing up in Galloween's tusks. Visiting what remains of his old village might help resolve those issues. So I'm gonna head there first, I think. I mean, the guy's been missing for weeks. He can wait a couple more hours, you know? I think I'd rather go this way first.
I
Ooh.
almost feel bad for those Steel Garrote troops and their heavy armor. Almost.
Steel Garrote, right there. Okay, we're gonna give them a wide berth. I'd rather not reveal our presence to them at the moment and get into some sort of altercation. So let's go this way instead, through another Zorp camp. Oh, there's also beetles. Zorps and beetles, hooray. Dang, Marius's village is up here? How could anyone survive out here next to a literal river of lava and just rocks? Like, I feel like when you use the words desolate hellscape, it basically describes this region. And this is apparently where Marius grew up, which is crazy. Like, what did they eat? Marius's people are hashtag built different. They'd have to be to live out here, man. This is bananas. Whoa. There's also so many Zorps out here. I wouldn't call the place, you know, super friendly. Gotta get rid of that high priest. I was hoping he would fall in the lava, but I think he just missed it. Alright. Coming back, everybody. Hang on. So we don't know Marius's full story. Something happened to him when he was a child and his parents died, and he moved from his village over to Solace Keep. So presumably something attacked his village, I guess, and I think he might have been the only survivor, but we have a lot of unanswered questions about Marius that I hope we'll get some answers to now if we explore his village. Speaking of his village, it looks like it may have actually been built inside some old godless ruins, which is interesting. Lost village, yeah.
I can't.
Oh god! Marius, are you alright? Damn, dude, you were burning alive there for a second. Alright. We're here with you, Marius. You're safe.
I feel like I can't feel my fingers.
You've made it this far. I'd hate to see you turn back now.
Fine. Let's go. Let's go.
Poor guy. He has so much anxiety. He's had so many panic attacks. He's got presumably some sort of PTSD from what happened when he was a child. Hopefully being back here and getting some answers will help him get closure and move forward, because it's hard to see the poor guy suffering. Oh, I don't have any lockpicks. Damn it. Maybe after this we go back to Solace Keep to get more lockpicks, because I'm sure it's not going to be the first time I find a locked box, and I'm sad I can't open it.
Gods. What happened here?
Lots of skills. Lots and lots and lots of skills. Long lost amulet.
What is that? Let me see. I remember this. I think this belonged to... Everything Yonku said was true. All of it. These bones are hers. My mother. I can't.
I'm sorry, Marius. This must be difficult. Can you imagine you just find your mother's bones? Also, I'm a little worried about what happened to Mama and the rest of the dwarves in this village. Why are they all dead in a circle immediately around the structure? That seems a little ominous.
Difficult? This is blessed impossible.
Take your time. I know how long it's been.
I don't think I can handle this right now. I need to go back.
No, you can't run from this, Marius.
You've charted your course. All you have to do is see it through.
I know. Free to me.
He does need all of the hugs. Poor guy. Can you imagine? So this was his mom. Next to her is a small ceramic bowl containing the long-dried residue of some kind of liquid.
These bowls used to contain a poison. Larbarian Ishon root, maybe.
Did the entire town kill themselves? Faded letter. Crudely drawn, simple limber runes cross this tattered and stained piece of parchment. Only part of the letter is legible. Learn what we left Solace to learn, that there is more to life than ironclad traditions and ancient walls. These runes will give us shelter as we study and learn and pray for peace, just as Razvan did so long ago. I look forward with nothing but hope that his guidance will lead us to a better world and protect us from the worst the Tusks have to offer. He's already found an entrance to a cavern near the shore, where we could perhaps shelter against the elements. Razvan's wisdom has led us here. Okay, so this whole group lived in Solace, but left following someone named Razvan.
This Razvan sounds like a visionary, or a con man. Maybe both.
Razvan. Why does that name make my skin crawl? Is it someone I knew?
Yeah, no, this is bad. Everyone is dead in a circle and everyone has a poison bowl next to them. Who is this Razvan and what did he convince them to do? The music is beautiful here, but also chilling. Hey, wait! Someone's here!
Put them down, please. please.
Who the hell are
He
you?
speaks of song. I hear only screams.
He has Dream Scourge.
Circles and death. A chorus of screams. Where is Marius now? Born here, die here. Lost and found. Marius would laugh. I'm sorry, Marius. I was lost. No. Don't fool me. Don't lie. That can't be Marius. It can't.
Careful. I think a part of him is already gone.
Yonko. Viate. Is that you? What happened? How could this...
He's clearly afflicted with the Dream Scourge. I'd say he has very little time left.
That. Yes, that. The land has come to take me, Marius. No. I search for meaning, but find only words.
This is Yonku. My best friend since... as far as I can remember.
Oh.
When did this... I should have never left you, Viate. I couldn't have known.
Patrol. Yes, on patrol. When the dream touched me, I was away and alone. Yes? Not your fault. Not yours.
Even if you'd been with him, you couldn't have protected him from the Dream Scourge.
I still shouldn't have left. We could have been here, together.
We met here, Marius and me. We played here. I was... older, but still a child.
That doesn't... I barely remember this place.
Your forgetting is for the best, Viate. I suffered remembering the whole time.
Is Dream Scourge contagious? So we still don't know the full details of the Dream Scourge. It's a new and evolving affliction that is just rapidly spreading across the land. But it does appear to be contagious, or at the very least, like if it gets into water and people drink that water, you can contract it that way. Yeah, it appears to be spread by the fungal spore, so I think it is contagious. Does this painful memory have to do with the dwarven corpses we passed on the way in?
Yes. Graves. A circle of death and graves for the elders. The last places of rest. Families followed Razvan, trusted his words. He would lead them to a better life. Trusted Razvan to make them something more.
Wait. No, I remember something. Chanting? I was so scared.
Razvan sounds like a cult leader.
Oh, you think?
Razvan circled the parents around, said he would help their voices reach the stars. They took bowls full of... night. No. Death. He said to drink it while Razvan said the words.
I don't want to know what you're about to say.
The adults of the village killed themselves at Razvan's command.
Yes. Gods, am I speaking clear? At long last. I saw all the parents fall over. I knew he would come for me. I ran. I saw young Marius, too small to understand. Razvan called out for us, his voice raised to the sky.
That's when you took me to Solace. You saved my life.
A new home, yes, I brought you there and they gathered you.
Holy crap. Now this is a backstory. We knew something had happened to Marius's parents. I didn't realize that they all killed themselves at the command of a cult leader. Wow, that's pretty fucked up. I can't imagine what that was like.
Terror. It was bad. It felt like dying, but by inches. Just fear ever since.
I always thought you were a fool when we were younger. So impulsive. Now I know. You thought you'd already cheated death.
The parents in Solace said it was better to forget. Made me swear not to tell. You were happy. Never wanted to upset you.
So you and the rest of Solace have been lying to Marius' entire life?
It makes sense. No wonder it felt like everyone knew something I didn't, because they did.
But I can't focus. Can't remember. Razvan is near, making everything harder.
God, he might still be alive. That's it. We have to leave. If he's out there, we have to run.
Razvan has to be dead. It's been, what, 30 years?
30, yes. But we survived, so why couldn't he? Found the key to Razvan's home. Search there if you want. I will only forget.
Why do you think that Razvan still lives?
Signs of life in this place. Small but true. Someone is here, and not just me.
I am so sorry this happened to you, Viate. If I could trade places with you.
No. No, Viate. You have saved me many times over. This I wouldn't wish on you ever.
Well, I guess we'll be going now, yeah? We have to keep digging into this particular emotional scar.
Well, don't you want to finish this? Razvan's gonna pay for what he's done, I promise you.
I almost pity him. See you soon, Viate.
Do you remind us what Viate is? Oh, if I had seen, I would have pulled up the dictionary in the chat there. Not sure if I can pull that up outside. I don't know that I can. Next conversation we have, I'll try to pull it up. Torn Pargaroon note, a letter written in gentle Lember runes, much of which has been rendered illegible by time. Baryon, my dear son, it is difficult to be separated from you, even if by only a few walls of crumbling stone, but your work in helping build our new home is worth every moment apart. I'm proud that Razvan's infinite wisdom saw you as a Vital, even at your young age, and I hope to join you upon our next exodus from Solace. Be bright, my brilliant gemstone. Yeah, I'm guessing it means close friend or brother or something like that. For sure. Is this Razvan's house? He's not in here, but there's stuff in here. No, I need lockpicks. Razvan's journal. A torn journal with a weak binding that barely holds the pages together. You could make out some Lember writing among the smeared and faded runes. I have no answers, despite as possible. The voices seem to sing only to me. They, night and day, telling me of times in the recent past as if they were yesterday, form a dissonant chorus, perfect in its imperfections, indecipherable, non-stop as if to introduce me to their strange world. Oh, to be like them, no hunger, thirst, or pain, no doubt or worry. My people suffered, closed minds in solace. I've discovered a ritual that will usher them into the skies. They will be ascended, an enlightened choir of lost. I've discovered a cave located to the south near the shore. There I'll find a way to lift them to a higher form of life. I sealed the cave with an ancient cantex sung from mother to child among my people. Only those among my flock will know the way. I will see my people ascend. Their voices will join the choir.
I knew someone was out there. He killed everyone. He wanted to kill me.
But you're still here. That proves he didn't win.
Years of worrying myself sick. He's out there, Envoy. This Korba is still out there.
At least he seemed to actually believe his poppycock. Yeah, apparently. Do you know anything about the Cantech mentioned in the journal?
I think I know the contact Razvan used to seal the door. It's a poem my mother told me when I was a child. She said those words would always open doors. I never knew what she meant. If we're gonna go after Razvan, we better get to it.
Of course we're going after him. He deserves to pay for what he's done. Alright, we just leveled up and got an ability point, so let's quickly do that. Oh, we've actually got 2 points to put into our abilities here, and I'm going to put them both into Scion of Flames. We talked about this earlier. My wand actually has just like a flame passive to it, meaning if we put points into Scion of Flame, it should increase the amount of fire accumulation we deal by 35%, which should really help us out. Alright, perfect. Love that for us. Now, let's go find this Razvan. Looks like he's over there somewhere. Down here. I think if we go this way, we'll be able to get over there. Holy crap, I forgot that they break into smaller bits. There we go. Eviscerated.
Nice work.
Aha, here it is. Okay, yeah.
Oh god, here we go.
Well, before we get to the door, we got something we need to fight first.
Voices.
Miserable. I don't even know what that thing is. Some sort of sentient blob. I don't know. It doesn't look friendly, whatever it is. It's also probably not a coincidence that its name is close to the pronunciation of miserable. Luckily, it didn't actually put up that much of a fight. It was some mobile coral? Pretty much, yeah. That's a good way to put it. Oh. Okay. Except for Kai getting burned alive. That turned out alright. Alright, Marius, let's see. Can you open this door?
Sing free our voices lifted high. Our spirits laughing in the sky. Hope that did something. That was it. It worked.
Holy crap. Alright, that should work. Now we need to travel to the Cavern of Voices. Dun dun dun. It's not ominous at all.
Someone's living here. I'm sure of it. Oh, maybe it's not him. Right. My luck, it's definitely him.
So has he been in here for the past 30 years? Okay, let's check this first. Manifesto of the Choir Invisible, Part 1. Lember writing crosses this parchment, much of which has been faded or smeared by time. The accident in the Tallara chamber weighs upon the workers. In their last moments, I offered the dying a chance to test the concoction for the Ascendant ceremony, though they seemed too weak to survive the experience. I'm close to a breakthrough, and it is clear that had they not been on death's door, they would have joined the Choir of the Ascended. So I truly don't think he meant to kill everyone. He truly thought that by them drinking that crap, they would have ascended to the higher plane or whatever. I'm just wondering, whose voice is he hearing? Like, I don't think it's Sopadal. Is it one of the other gods that's speaking to him?
If he's dead, he can't hurt anyone else.
But it looks like partly why he chose this area for everyone to leave Solace Keep and to live in is because they've been building something in here or excavating something, doing something in these caves. It's the whole reason that they came to this particular area. So I'm wondering, did he find something in here that caused him to go crazy, and that's sort of where it all began? Fortunately, perhaps as is to be expected, the fire blights are very resistant to fire, so it takes me a little extra time to take those things down. God damn, I need lockpicks. Ugh. Too far in now, but the next stop after this quest is definitely Solace. Alright, that looks like a trap if I've ever seen one before. Which means this must be a triggering mechanism, but I don't know how we're gonna get past it. I might just have to bite the bullet. And by bite the bullet, I mean Marius had to bite the bullet. Thanks for taking that that hit for me. All right.
Yes.
He's here.
But I hear things all the time. Please just let me work. Let me work.
He's been living in this cave for 30 years?
We could just leave.
We need to put an end to this. And everything he's done.
New voices. Flesh or spirit.
Yeah, this guy is certifiably insane.
Others say your flesh. But the others are known to lie.
You've lived long enough with the dream thralls that you've started to speak like them.
Dream thrall. What a wonderful word for those souls you slaughtered to get here. They speak with more clarity now. I have long heard the voices of ascended beings.
Does he have the dream scourge?
Beings beyond pain or
He doesn't exhibit any of the outward signs.
He thinks he's a watcher. Pathetic.
I sought to raise the voices of
It
my
seems
flock,
different,
to
though.
raise them to become as the voices that sang to
You know?
me were. The chorus of voices that surrounded me told me lies among their truths. Huh? On that day, I sought song but only heard screams.
Duke de Dragu, Korba. You killed everyone.
I know this voice. Older now, perhaps. One of the missing ones. You have your father's tone. Your mother's diction.
He's something between Dream Scourge and Watcher, I'd say. Yeah. That's what it is? He's a Watcher? And everything he's seeing is actually the spirits of the dead? That would make sense. So for anyone who's wondering, a Watcher is someone who's able to see people's souls and speak to spirits. And I guess if he didn't understand what he was, then he thought he was being contacted by someone of a higher power. And the ascended beings that he was trying to turn everyone into were actually just dead people. Yeah. Interesting.
No, the dead cannot sing. It's impossible. If that were true, then my people were to become ascended beings, like those who spoke to me before. Voices ephemeral, wise, and never afraid. Instead, their voices became screams. From the next life, they curse me. Call me killer. Call me death.
If I heard voices and no one ever told me why, I don't envy him.
I don't care. This Korba killed my family.
But I have since found a new choir, full of life and set loose from the shackles of will and doubt.
New choir? Do you mean the dream thralls we faced to get to you?
Dream thralls? No. They are more connected to the land than any of us. The island holds and caresses them as it will us all. Perhaps one day you will join my choir as well.
Yeah, so it started off that he was hearing the souls of the dead, and now he's hearing the souls of the Dream Scourge people, so... Yeah, that's why this is so different, because he's not just Dream Scourge, there's also some other stuff wrapped up in here. He's a watcher gone astray, yeah.
You ran because you were afraid. Now you
This guy's doing a lot of talk for someone you should be blasting with Fisto Blasto. Oh, that's coming up, I'm sure.
Little bell.
Marius, well, actually, I shouldn't be the one to make the decision. I know what I want to do, but Marius, what do you want to do with him? This is your decision to make. You're the one whose life was changed irreparably by this man's actions. So, however you want to mete out justice and whatever you think will make the most sense in terms of you getting closure and moving on, I leave it in your capable hands, my dwarven friend.
You murdered a village to satisfy your sick vision of ascension. But really, you're just a lost soul down here grasping for meaning. I don't remember my parents. They obviously trusted you. But they didn't know you, did they? Not really.
They were shining souls. Their voices passionate. Their words sharp like the crack of a whip.
I see no reason to give this man a quick death. Let him rot down here, for all I care.
I mean, as much as I would like to, as Brawny put it, start blasting with Fisto Blasto, as TS put it, Razvan is Marius's demon, he gets to decide, so there you have it. You're just a shade of a man, Razvan. I leave you to rot in here in madness and isolation. Because that is Marius's will.
A prison of silence. A fate worse than death.
I am never alone. The voices caress me, fuel me, punish me. No matter what I do, I am never alone. No matter what I do, I am never alone.
I can't figure out how I feel now. I do think leaving him here to rot was the right decision.
Well. Do you feel like your family can rest now?
I don't think they wanted rest. I think they're happy haunting Razvan for what he did to them. I've spent my whole life afraid of something I couldn't remember. And now I've found that thing and overcome it. I need to think about all this. Maybe we should check on Iancu. See how he's feeling.
Sounds good. I'm proud of you, Marius. Alright, we're just leaving that crazy old man down here to rot, which, I mean, fair enough. This honestly might be a fate worse than death. He just has to stay in this cave for the rest of his life being tortured by the voices in his head, so... definitely a punishment. Dream Thrall Notes on Captivity, a journal written in carefully scribbled Lembar runes with apparent gibberish in the margins. Most of the time, their eyes seem dull as if their souls were missing or repressed. Most seem locked in a state of terror, no matter what is happening around their cells. Their voices have yet to join the Ascended Chorus. Interestingly, one of the petitioners began clawing at their cell doors as if they wanted to be released. I opened the door and observed a change to a similar state of terror I'd seen in the other petitioners. Petitioners. It is possible that scraps of the soul remain in the one and not in the others. Sadly, I doubt such an animalistic terror will allow their voices to join with the chorus. Yeah, he's just basically studying dream thralls down here now. Just a bunch of insane people hanging out. How he survived for 30 years, I don't know though. I guess he must just be eating like mushrooms and drinking like water runoff that comes down. It's enough to keep him alive, I guess. Yeah, there's some fresh water here. There's some tea here. He's actually doing alright, all things considered. But yeah, he seems to be in good company. We'll steal all his stuff so, you know, he can't hurt anyone. Whoa, he had something cool here. Battle Trance, a one-handed unique melee weapon. Take a look at that. Battle Trance. When a rogue Megfolk assaulted Solace Keep many centuries ago, many heroic wardens fell to its terrifying might, but one man stands out from the rest. A war priest and disciple of Magrin, Henrik Barabbas, is said to have single-handedly held the creature at bay for long enough for the other wardens to rally and destroy the Megfolk. Unfortunately, Henrik's wounds were too great, and he succumbed to them. He died happy, at least, knowing that his life was a small price to pay for the safety of his home and people. For decades after his death, battle trance was passed down from one Magronite war priest to the next, and has since absorbed a measure of their collective prowess. It's a decent looking mace, yeah, absolutely. We're gonna break it down for parts, though. Along with all the other stuff I've currently got in my inventory. For upgrade materials for our current stuff. Hey, welcome back, Meerkat. How was your one-shot? Alright, I think we're done here. Let's head up and see how Marius' friend is doing. I have like a bad feeling, like a sinking feeling in my tummy, that when we go see him again, his dream scourge is gonna have gotten worse. We might have to put him down, but we'll see. This has already been a traumatizing enough day for Marius. I really hope that's not the case, but I just call it a bad feeling, you know? Oh, your one-shot got canceled. Oh, that's too bad. Hopefully you're able to reschedule it. Damn, I gotta do some major parkour to get back over to the village. Am I? No, I don't think I'm supposed to go down here. I think I've gotta do a big running jump. I might have fucked up. I might have fucked up. No, actually, I think I can do this. I think... No, I can't! Oh! Damn, I did fuck up. Shit. Okay, well, that's fine. I'm the main character. I've got plot armor. I'll be back in a second. Even though I'm going into the beyond now. I was wrong! Ah! Tiff's gonna be the next Darth Vader. Okay, let's try that again, shall we? I think what I have to do is just running jump from one side of the bridge to the other and not go down close to the lava. I think if I go here, here, here... I don't know, that's gonna be a hell of a jump, and I can't get much of a running start. Alright. Let's try it. Geronimo! Not even close! Fuck! Okay, if I had more of a running start, I think I could do it. It is so weird. Okay. Trying to get back up there. The character doesn't want to use her arms, apparently. Come on! There we go. Okay. Alright. Yes! Whew! Okay, got it. Just barely. Oh man, that was close. They are the noodly arms of a mage, after all. That's a good point. I don't have much upper body strength. But okay, we made it. Now, let's check in with Iancu. You doing alright, bud?
We spoke before,
he looks to
yes?
be about the same, so that's good.
Marius?
It hasn't gotten worse.
We spoke before.
We found Razvan. He is a pathetic creature, lost to his own madness.
You should have seen it, Viate.
Oh, let's see what Viate
Monsters
means
that
now.
haunted us all our lives.
A Lembar term for best friend or brother, used to express endearment and respect.
It pleases me. I feel happy that our monster was just a shadow all along.
It's over, Viate. You can rest now. I promise.
Right, Viate. And so can you. Remember that.
I hope you can both find peace now.
I will likely find it first. Marius has never sought peace.
Quiet, you Nimdude. I know how to seek peace if I want it.
Right. Clearly. I leave you now, full of peace.
Will you be all right, Viate? What can I do to help?
Nothing more you have to do, Viate. Just keep living and try to laugh once in a while.
Right. I will miss you, Viate. I love you.
I feel so light. The circle is broken.
Wow, that was beautiful and at the same time extremely, extremely sad. Ianku's clearly still in the early-ish stages of the Dream Scourge. He's still got some of his own memory and awareness, so honestly, if we can get over to the gardens soon enough and put an end to the Dream Scourge, maybe we might be able to save Ianku. I'm glad we didn't have to put him down, because Marius didn't need that additional trauma, you know, on top of everything else we've experienced today. We finally found out what happened to his parents. We got revenge, and hopefully some closure for our poor friend. God, that was an emotional little side quest right there. Very, very emotional. Alright, from here, I guess we're heading over to the Living Archives to figure out what the hell's going on there. Looks like they're being attacked. Let's go check that out next. Past the bubbling lava. Primordial Depths. Okay. So many Zorips up this way. That's it. That's it for now, probably. This was a small Zorip village, I guess. Just a couple of lizards here. Got a lava blight here, which again, I hate fighting because my wand's element is fire, so it's obviously resistant to like all of my attacks. Got a Zorip High Priest there that I want to get rid of ASAP. One left. Done. Nice job, boys. A lot of dead dwarves around here. Is there a weapon swap hotkey so you could switch to another wand? I mean, that's actually a good point. If I had another wand, yes, I can just hit Alt and switch. So that's actually a great point, MK. Maybe the next time we pick up a new wand, instead of just like deconstructing it for parts or selling it, I actually keep it if it's a different element for situations like this. I never even thought about that. That's smart.
Solace Keep doesn't need me, but the people here, they do.
You're far from home. You're in the middle of fucking nowhere. Good on you. Now, the question is, can I actually get to the other side here? As much as we made that dramatic jump earlier, I don't think I can replicate it again. Let's try going up this way instead. Aha, I'm good. There's a party camp up ahead. Really like to take a chance to rest and catch our breath, and most importantly, check in with Marius as to how he's doing after everything that just happened. Right, let's go up to the camp there.
We make a good squad.
We do make a good squad, Kai. You're absolutely right. Oh, there's a bunch of Zorps over here, of course. Oh, right. Thank you, Muffin. Yes, we absolutely do need to fast travel for some lockpicks. I said I was going to do that, so this is a good opportunity to do that as well. Once we're rested up at the camp, then we have a fast travel location unlocked. We'll go grab some lockpicks and then come back. Yes, thank you for reminding me. Alrighty, Rue, let's set up camp here at the Primordial Depths Party Camp. And then let's check in with our crew. Can also deconstruct that. Hey, Marius.
Envoy? I thought I'd feel different after dealing with Razvan. Somehow more at peace. There was this threat I didn't even know I was afraid of, and now it's gone. So why doesn't it all feel better now?
Your fractured soul still needs to heal.
I know. Do you think it will ever heal completely?
A soul is an adaptable thing. It will grow to contain your past and your present.
I like that. It's like the land overgrowing a ruined town. Whew. You've got me feeling all poetic now. Been dealing with this all my life. Someone starts acting strange, then clearly something terrible's about to happen. My people were in a cult. They believed what Razvan said. They died because he asked them to. But he wasn't behind every corner. He was stuck in a cave, babbling in mushrooms.
You've been through a lot, but it's over now.
Seems to be. Yes. I appreciate what you've done to help me. I won't forget it. Thank you for finding that amulet. It's such a small thing, but it helps.
I'm glad to hear that.
Just holding it brings back memories. Good ones. There was a sense of purpose, I think. They all left Solace for a reason. They trusted Razvan. People began to act strange. My parents weren't around as much. Everyone started paying all their attention to Razvan. We all know what happened next.
What happened to your people was truly tragic.
It was Razvan. He built up their trust and betrayed it all at once. I just wanted to thank you, Envoy. That's all. Anyway.
Obviously, Marius still has a way to go to heal, but now that he finally has answers and closure to everything that happened to his parents, hopefully now he can begin that journey. I really like Marius. He's a good guy. He's been through a lot, and I'm happy we could help him where we could. I see ads just started. And I was hoping to take a quick break anyway, so how about we take a quick 5-minute break now while the ads run. I need to use the washroom, refill my water, and I hope you guys take the opportunity to do whatever you guys need for self-care, and we'll be back in a minute to continue catching up with our party members. Alrighty, I am back. Thank you very much for waiting. Hopefully you hydrated, or else, you know, we have to kill you. Now, we're all caught up with Marius. We may as well check in with our other companions while we're here. Seems only right.
I've seen council meetings get out of control, but that one was for the books. Almost as bad as when I asked the governor for some unconventional equipment. He nearly had a heart attack.
Heart attack. What kind of unconventional equipment are we talking about here, Giata?
A corporeal inverter. In layman's terms, it replaces living things with dead things by killing them.
Huh?
Maybe it wasn't my smartest investment.
Huh?
I thought it had research potential.
Okay, anyway, moving on from that, returning to the Dwarven Council, Kostya seemed more innovative in his thinking, at least.
If the steel garrote is what passes for innovative, then Solace is in deep trouble. It's remarkable, really, what people do for traditions that have lost all meaning. The garden is your birthright, and the wardens don't seem to know why they're guarding it in the first place.
Tiff replaces living things with not living things. Fisto Blasto! I mean, they just don't care, because I don't fit in with their traditions, which is all that actually matters to them now at this point.
That's all right. I prefer the company of misfits and rejects.
That's where all the fun is, right?
The council made their choice. If they won't let you into the garden, we just have to find another way.
Damn straight.
Thanks for talking.
Talking to Kostya, it's gotta be nice to meet someone who's happy to see adherence for a change.
What do you think about Kostya's plan for a deal with Adir?
I can tell he's struggling against the current, which is a shame because he's looking out for his people rather than an old building. Tradition and history have their place, but I just can't see putting it ahead of the welfare of the living. But you're the envoy. I'm wondering what you think about it.
Okay, this is interesting. My arcane scholar background allows me to have this knowledge. Apparently, Pargrunen across Aora build and abandon forts all the time. So Kostya's way is actually more traditional.
I never thought about it that way, but you're right. Probably a good reason for that, too. Rauatai's grown over the centuries through dozens of expansions, conquests, and alliances. Many were bloody and hard-won, but I still can't find myself wishing for the alternative. We wouldn't have lasted if we stayed a small Almawa tribe struggling against a barren, stormy spit of land.
Come on, dying out and aggressive conquest aren't the only options. This is what I'm trying to tell people. It doesn't have to be black and white. We can find option C.
Fair enough, and that's not exactly the choice in front of the Pargrunen either. The question is, do you really think Kostya and his people are better off sticking around here than taking their chances with Adir? Or striking out into the living lands?
Again, we're being presented with a binary choice. Why can't they stay here, but allow people to leave and allow trade to happen and open their borders? Why can't we choose option C? I hate that my decisions are either they have to stay here, isolated and cut off from everyone, which is no, or they have to give everything up to Adir. For a second there, we were capable of seeing shades of gray. Up to 50 at the very least. And now we're back to this binary, which is so frustrating to me. I hate being put into a binary when there's a very obvious, at least in my opinion, obvious third option, which is a middle ground that should allow for a best of both worlds situation. You know? That frustrates me. I feel like before, I don't know, the choices have been binary up to this point, but I feel like they were binary in a way that I understood there wasn't necessarily a reasonable third option. But here it just seems so idiotic to me because there is a completely reasonable third option. I think it's frustrating me here than it has more in other sections where we have been presented with a binary choice. In those scenarios, I guess, yeah, it made more sense for me to have to choose between one of two options, whereas here I'm like, people, please. This is so dumb. Third option. I'm just gonna say it's not for me to say.
Perhaps there's
But
no
I think
one
it's
who
very
should make
clear
that
they're gonna
decision.
make me have to
But
choose one of
someone
those two
will have
binary
to.
choices, and that frustrates me very much. I'd actually prefer having to choose from two shades of gray, but the results being this black and white dichotomy due to in-world reasons. That would make it easier to swallow, for sure. Like, if we tried the third option and it ended up in a scenario where Adir basically controlled the region, I could live with that more because at least we tried. You know what I mean? Whereas here, it's just like, why is no one considering the third option? And I just know that they're going to make me choose. At the end of this section, they're going to make me choose. Do we keep the Pargrunen as a solitary walled-off region, or do we say that Adir's taken it over? And I think when presented with those two options, I have to go with the latter. I think it only makes... They can't keep living like this. The dwarves are literally going to die out. They have to open their borders, but it's just... Yeah. I'm a little frustrated with this dichotomy that they're forcing me to choose between, because it just seems idiotic for people to not think of the third option. Anyway.
Good luck finding a soft spot to bed.
Anyway, we'll deal with that when we deal with it. We can put our next totem down.
Off that thing. It's not going next to my bedroll, is it?
And then we can check in with Yatzli.
Well, seems there is more to our dwarven friend than we thought. Than even he thought. And to know that monster is still out there. That he could do that all over again. It's sickening.
I mean, what matters now is how Marius is doing. It was his decision to make.
You're right. I'll pull him aside for a chat later. Either way, at least that part of Marius's life is done and dusted. The next time we find a cult like this, let's stop it before they get to the death part. Shall we?
Agreed.
Well, that's all I have to say on the matter, I suppose. Unless there's something else you wish to discuss? How can I help, darling?
I think that's it for right now.
Sweet dreams, envoy.
Do any upgrades? Yes, we can upgrade our grimoire. Nice, to superb quality +3, and then we can actually upgrade it even further to legendary quality. Let's go. Love that for us. And we can get some upgrading of our various ingredients as well. That allows us to upgrade our grimoire again. Holy crap, the grimoire is getting upgraded today. It is now legendary quality +1. Alright, we're done for now. Let's exit. Then we're gonna fast travel back to Solace Keep to get some lockpicks. And then we'll get back to what we were doing. This way. A legendary book, you say? Yes, I'm actually carrying around my own copy. Yes. Oh my god, yes, that's exactly what I was just about to say. That's so funny. Great minds think alike. I am wielding a first edition copy of the Lusty Argonian Maid to aid in my magic. That's very funny. I was literally just about to say that. It's like a first edition, it's signed, the pages have like some leather foil to them. It's just like the fanciest copy of the Lusty Argonian Maid that anyone could ever imagine.
Units?
Now, let's see. I need all... Oh, sweet. He's got 13 lockpicks. That's fantastic. While we're here, we can sell a lot of these rare gems that we have as well to make some money. Perfect. 13 lockpicks from you. Now, let's see if the blacksmith has any for us. Or the forge master. Yes, he's got 12. Beautiful. All right. Now we're set. All of the lockpicks. It's got full color lithographs inside. That's funny. All right, so actually fast travel right back to that Primordial Depths party camp now. We can get moving. Alrighty, so we're headed to the smoke right over there. Looks like the ancient dwarven archives are being attacked by what we've heard are Zorips. So we're gonna go lend a hand, because not only do I want to lend a hand, but also if we're gonna learn any information about the garden and how to get there, the archives might be the place to check it out. First though, we've got a dream thrall right here just wandering on his lonesome. That's interesting. I don't know what's going on over there. Dream Thralls versus Zorips, I think? Well, I'm not going to interrupt that battle. Y'all do your thing. Alright.
Who goes there?
Hi.
Thanks the gods. You're just flesh and blood. The same as I.
Come now, are you really so unfamiliar with outsiders that you mistook us for monsters?
If you spent as much time in the ashes as I have, you'd fear any strange silhouette. They come at night, you see. The blights, the whispers in the dark, the undead there in the shadow of the mountain. It isn't natural, none of it. And yet I'm made to be out here alone, with each plea for a transfer, or at least some company, denied.
That is a very strange accent, you're right. What's your duty here?
I don't know if there's an actual duty. I was sent out here after I pissed off Commandant Mihala.
Mihala likes to send people out here that she hates. She's like, I hate you, Ash Forest. You pissed me off, Ash Forest. You've been up to no good, Ash Forest. You looked at me wrong, Ash Forest. Okay, well, I guess it's time to think and meditate on what you've done.
What I've done? What I've done? I did nothing but say that maybe Kostya was correct. Maybe our oath to Nandru will doom us. Maybe we're going to die because we care more about a dead symbol than real people. Anyway, I've been talking too much. I need to return to my duty. Forgive me for cutting our conversation short.
All good. Enjoy your time here in the Ash Forest, anywho. Now, this should be the archives. And I can also see where the Ash Forest got its name, by the way. It's very close to the volcano, and it looks like there were trees here at some point, but, yeah, not much left. Okay. Time to get our steps in and hike up this little hill. Oh, I see people up ahead. Not everyone's dead. That's a good sign.
We must leave.
Hi, you're alive.
You know we can't.
But Elder Grigor can't fight them.
What's going on?
We must leave. We must leave.
Okay, clearly they don't have much else to say. All the monks are just hanging out here. Damn, that is an imposing view.
Spare the wares a glance.
Hi, what the hell is a merchant doing here?
Ah, thank the gods. You're the first customer I've seen since this nasty business here started. Anyway, you looking to buy something?
Are you not bothered by what's going on here?
Bothered? Yes. Concerned? No. I am capable of handling myself. Don't you worry. The concern's appreciated, but I've got mouths to feed. Namely, my own. We all do what we have to do.
Fair enough, I guess.
Besides, better a death that people talk about for years to come than, you know, starvation. So, care to take a look at my wares?
Why not? What do you have for sale? Ooh, she's got something here called Threads of the Faithful. Yo, that's actually really good. Oh, that is a fantastic... Okay, it's expensive as hell, but look at this. Threads of the Faithful, unique light armor. It has 2 abilities. The first is Holy Radiance. You and your companion slowly regenerate up to 50% maximum health. But perhaps most importantly is the other ability, Litany for the Faithful. You and your companions deal plus 10% damage. That's huge! And my current armor... I mean, its abilities, they were good in the early game, but I think we've sort of outgrown them. It's just plus 40 maximum essence and plus 15 carry capacity. This is way better. Threads of the Faithful. These once fine robes are worn and tattered, though that does little to take away from their majesty. They were originally worn by a devoted scholar priest of Magrin, who possessed strange and unnatural abilities to read from and speak directly to the minds of other living beings. Though his name is lost to time, the name of his town of birth, Xianao, is not. This town was the epicenter for a strange, unexplainable event that ended with the disappearance of every living inhabitant, save for this scholar priest. Some believed that their souls lived on in him, making him a strange amalgamation of all that once inhabited Xianu. While this is almost certainly a tall tale, stranger things have been known to happen. It gives you a prayer to the Holy Trinity of D, P, and S. Yeah, well, max essence, if it was a higher percentage, I think would be better. But 40 max essence when I have... Hang on. How do I see what my max essence is? I'm pretty sure 40 is just a drop in the bucket. You know? Plus, it has that healing ability as well. I think I'm gonna pick up the Threads of the Faithful, if we can get enough money here to pick it up. Also, when did I get this? Oh, that's an old ring. Okay, yeah. Yeah. Yeah, hang on. I got a lot of new rings that I haven't looked at for a while. I need to take a closer look. 'Cause look at this. We've got a ring that gives +2 intellect and +2 perception, which means I could equip that, unequip that, and then I could add one of these. And I've got plus 20% area of effect damage. I think we have to take off Sigil of the Arcane, equip the Ranga's Clarity, equip the Ring of Greater Overseeing. Then we can equip either Scout's Reach or Cartographer's Companion. Cartographer's Companion's probably better. Okay. So right now, we can have +2 Dex, +3 Perception, plus 20% area of effect damage, +2 Intellect, and +2 Perception. All of that, we now have max Intellect, 12 Perception, 6 Dex. I think that's totally better for us than what we had. Because we still have our max intellect, but now we can also get extra dex and perception. The plus 20% area of effect damage is awesome, because I love doing big AoE spells. And then that gives us even more intellect and perception. I still don't know how you manage to cast so much magic with only 2 stamina. Stamina. I mean, I guess, you know, that only affects your auto attack damage. Your auto attack ability, and I don't know, yeah, I haven't really had a problem at all. Like, I feel like I can cast as many spells as I want, and I guess it's because I intersperse it with, you know, like grimoire spells and stuff too. Like, I haven't had a problem at all. Yeah, I think I'm gonna go with that. But now you guys are making... Well, first of all, so we can sell some of these things, because I think I've got a good loadout now, so I can sell that. But you're saying that my plus 40 maximum essence is actually like an plus 18% increase in essence. Yeah, stamina is just the actual wand main attack. Stamina is more for melee combat, exactly. Also, necking mana potions like their Sambuca shots certainly helps. But what you're saying, I guess... Maybe I shouldn't switch Animancer Swallowtail for Threads of the Faithful? As much as I love DPS, I guess we have gotten to a point where I feel like I'm happy with how much mana we have, and I feel like that was sort of my Achilles heel for so long. So if we get rid of Animancer Swallowtail, I'm gonna have a 18% reduction in mana. And we have to spend a fuck ton of money. Okay, maybe we'll hold off for now then. We can think about it. It's not a decision I have to make right now, I guess. We've definitely got some upgrades now that I've sort of worked on our accessories, my ring and my amulet and stuff. So already I think we've got some good upgrades. So let's leave Threads of the Faithful for right now. And then maybe we can come back. Let's see what the hell's going on here first. At the Living Archives.
You! By the gods, deliver us! They've gone mad. They're destroying everything.
A behavior change that's sudden isn't madness. They've become dream thralls. Where are they?
The archives. My monks are tearing our books apart. I've lost my monks and most of our books. Over the last several months, books about the garden were already going missing.
Wait, really?
But the Book of Oaths and the Book of the Before. We must hold on to those.
Say no more. I have literature to save.
Gods bless you. We recently brought the Book of Oaths to the parapet. It should still be there. And the Book of the Before should be in the main library. Now go, please. We've already lost so many precious texts.
Okay, so I thought it was Zorips actually attacking the archives, but no, it's Dream Scourge. So that's interesting. What's maybe even more interesting is apparently texts surrounding the garden have been going missing for the last couple of months. That's definitely suspicious. And then, of course, the Dream Thralls are targeting them now. I wonder if that's just coincidence. They're sort of just attacking everything, and some of those happen to be texts about the garden, or if Sopadal is sort of nudging them in that direction. Interesting. Guess we'll find out soon enough. First of all, though, we've got literature to save, as my character so perfectly put it. If your eyes are stinging, you should probably wear a mask, because there's a lot of Dream Scourge in here, and we were talking earlier about how contagious it is. We still don't know for sure, and I'd rather not risk it, Kai. If your eyes are stinging, be careful. God damn, it's like the entire clergy got the Dream Scourge. It's obviously pretty contagious, because I think it's spread throughout the library. Fast and furious. I can't imagine that the Dream Scourge can read properly enough to discern between books. That's fair enough, too. That's actually a good point. Okay, I got a key. This brings us outside.
Devour!
Oh, crap! They absolutely rushed me. Kai, I need your help. Thank you. Okay, there we go. Whew. Yeah, I think one of the books we're looking for should be right here. Yeah. The Book of Oaths. From Solace Keep, we watch the garden. From Gallowayne's tusks, we watch Solace Keep. From our birth until our death, we uphold our duty. We honor those who uphold our mission and reject those who do not. For now and forevermore, we are wardens of Solace Keep. The next several pages have been torn out, leaving only line after line, page after page of signatures. These are the names of the Pargrunen in Solace Keep who pledged themselves to Nandru's word. Damn, I didn't realize you had to sign a fucking contract. Okay, also, what did we just pick up there? A new grimoire. And it has some extremely powerful spells in it. Oh, damn. This is an upgrade for us right here. Using this grimoire will give us access to Spirit Lance, which summons a magical spear for 30 seconds that releases explosive damage around each successful hit. I don't really care about that because it makes you be like sort of like a melee character. But this one's cool. Pull of Aora, cast upon a location to pierce the beyond, pulling 2 nearby enemies and suspending them in the vortex. Freezing Pillar drives a large pillar of frigid ice into the ground, dealing damage and high frost accumulation to nearby enemies. And then last, but certainly not least, it allows us to cast Meteor Shower, a level 20 wizard spell, which conjures a cataclysmic shower of destructive meteors that rain down upon the area, dealing high damage and fire accumulation. Holy hell, that is so sick. Yes, we will be equipping Aelira's grimoire. Let's learn a little bit more about Aelira. She was a wizard of some renown that made a name for herself during the War of Defiance. She graduated from the Bragan Hill Academy with distinction. That's where I went! Bragan Hill Academy! Cool. And with barely a moment to rest, boarded a ship for the Eastern Reach. Tensions were already high when Aelira arrived, and it was only a few months until war broke out. Still loyal to her empire, Aelira fought on the side of the adherents to great effect. Entire squads of enemy soldiers fell to her powerful evocations, but eventually her life was claimed by the war as so many others had been. Sad, but there's actually a lot of similarities between our story and Aelira's. Cool. There's a bit of blood on the pages of her grimoire, but I guess that's what happens when she falls in battle. Alright, that is a sick upgrade for us and allows us access to some extremely powerful spells. Whoa. Whoa. That's called dying in style, ladies and gentlemen. Holy neck! Look at it! Oh damn, something ain't right here. I don't think your shoulder's supposed to look like that. Alright, there's something more than just the Dream Scourge going on here, I think. Yeah, what else do we got around here? All these books look to be okay, so that's a good sign. Whoa!
Expert, but that seems like some high-quality machinery.
I think it's like a mega telescope. Look how many magnifiers it has. I'm so sad I can't use it. That is cool as hell. Okay, interesting. Elder Grigor's notes. A number of notes here detail the thoughts of the monastery elder in recent days. Mostly musings about the state of things at the monastery. A few things stand out. The telescope has been broken for weeks now. At some point, a new initiate from Solace dropped the main viewing lens and shattered it. The glasswork is very precise and the eyepiece itself enchanted. Replacing it will be a nightmare. Supplies are currently in a state of excess. A merchant has taken up residence here in the monastery and has been facilitating the trade of old relics retrieved from a sealed-off chamber in the bastion which had recently been unsealed, revealing many weapons of war that were of no use to the monks. Okay, making note of that. Let's see if we can find the chamber. And then lastly, the volcano has been more active recently. It hasn't stirred like this in many years. Feels like a bad omen. I mean, yeah, she looking pretty active up there, that's for damn sure. Glad I got my lockpicks, because we can finally open these chests. There's some good stuff in there. Nice. Okay. So I guess now we need to go down. I think I found a bug in the clip feature. Really? What's happening? Unfortunately, I would assume any sort of bug is on Twitch's end, so I highly doubt there's anything I could do to fix it, but still would be interested to know what's going on. Monk's Journal. This seems to be the journal for a monk named Vadim. The entries mostly detail a mundane life in the monastery, but the final entry catches your eye. I don't understand what's happening here. Last week, one of the initiates threw a book in a fit of rage, but I was in the room with him, and we had been working in silence until then. Elder Grigor swooped in to give him an earful, but then it was over, and I didn't think I could ask more. And I don't know this initiate. Maybe they're prone to anger, I thought. Then Soren started picking fights, talking about trees and how the gardener is angry. I don't know who he means. We all take turns in the garden? Feels like we're all walking on eggshells now. Even Elder Grigor seems off, distracted. He said all is well, but I saw some of the guards and other monks carrying weapons. I stole a knife from the kitchen too, just in case. It feels like we're sitting on a powder keg. The monastery has always been so peaceful and welcoming. Now I can't even sleep at night for fear of something. TS says, I mean, if the volcano is basically a pimple on the face of Sopadal, then yeah, them stirring up would also make the pimple irritated. That is an amazing metaphor. Oh, thank you for the clip, Bronny. I'm glad it worked after. Diary of a Merchant. The two most recent entries in the Merchant's diary paints a disturbing picture of the living archives, the monastery within Galloween's tusks. The strange lethargy has lingered over the brothers for some weeks, the elder tells me. They seem to fall at random to this malady. Gods know I wish I could have the chance to sleep as much as the sleepers do. At least I'll have a good beer brewed by the brothers before bed. The brothers barred the door to our room. The sleepers aren't fucking sleeping now. Something happened to them. They're trying to break the door down. We're gonna have to make a run for it. Nandru, get me back to Solace Keep. Yeah, it must be really scary when everyone just starts falling to the Dream Scourge, you know? Like, it's definitely gotta be unnerving when everyone just starts getting sick and going crazy. Also, holy, look how much Dream Scourge is out here in the courtyard. I think it's time for us to use our new spell. Meteor Shower! But yeah, all of the blight is here. Managed to get rid of a lot of it with my meteor shower. Okay.
I was just getting warmed
I bet this place was really beautiful before it got disgusting. This looks like a nice little courtyard they had here, actually. There's actually lots of plants growing. It's like stuff we haven't seen anywhere in Galloween's Tusks, actually. It's sort of refreshing to see sort of a little garden here. It was very considerate of you giving them a shower.
Thank you! Oh gods, thank you!
Hi, you're okay.
You're a blessing, envoy. Thank the gods.
You shouldn't be here. Try to run through to the others outside.
No, I can't. Not yet. I need a book. Once I have it, I can get out of here and start my life again in Solace. It's called The Book of the Before. Have you seen it?
The Book of the Before? That's the one that Elder Grigor requested.
He what? Oh, no. Please, no. You've got to give me the book instead.
Why do you need it that badly?
Oh, I read it often when I first became a monk. It inspired me. I want it as a keepsake.
Bullshit.
Besides, no one else read
Bullshit.
it. No one would notice it missing.
That's sketchy.
Please just find it and bring
I'm just
it
here
back.
risking my life for a
Somewhere in
keepsake.
the archives proper. I'll make it worth your while. I'll be here when you
Yeah,
get it.
no, she's sketch. I don't believe her.
No way she's not up to something.
Agreed. Maybe we'll get more information later, but I'm definitely not giving her that book. She is sus AF. Maybe if we get the book and sort of wave it in front of her nose, we'll get more information. It'll probably help if we can get our hands on the book to see what its contents are, and that'll probably shed some light on why people would maybe want it. First, though, we've got a lot of thralls to take care of. Burned bounty list, huh? A parchment found by a fireplace in the living archives. It is mostly, but not completely burned. Dolna, in exchange for the here it is. Here it is. Dolna, in exchange for the following texts, supreme rewards you shall, and a return to the keep. Bounties. Much of the list is burned, but the following is legible. Memories from the garden. Acquired. She's the reason that all the books about the garden have been disappearing. It's not a coincidence. Someone asked her to get every single book about the garden, and the only one left is the Book of the Before. Yeah, no, we're not helping this, because whoever wants all the books about the garden disposed of, presumably is not on our side. Very interesting. Okay. Well, she was sketchy. I wasn't going to give her shit anyway, but now we're definitely not giving it to her. And I want to read this book for myself, because apparently there's not many books relating to the garden left around here. Meditations on the garden. Okay, there's one left. A thick text written in Pargrunan runes. Copied across its manifold pages are poems, tracts, and stories that have been collected from across generations. The garden is something different for each of us, a sacred duty handed down by our forebears, a responsibility without hope for reward, a glorious glimpse at something beyond our imagining, a place where our most intimate dreams can come true, a paradise where fresh water flows like lava, or where crops grow unburdened by sulfur and ash, a playground where laughter blows like wind, or a silent sanctuary to soothe the faithful soul. Some say a god lies there, while others believe it is a trick, played by our ancients to give us a reason to live in this furnace. But there isn't just one garden, but many, one for every soul that has ever served it, defined by our hopes and dreams and darkened by our regrets. It's hard to fight in these close confines.
On your right. Nice.
I hate to use a fireball in a library, but desperate times come for desperate measures. Damn. Okay. Now, let's see what other books we can find here. Aha! Here's the book we were looking for. The Book of the Before. A well-loved tome, pages rendered brittle by age. It was written by Nandru. Oh, shit! It was written by Nandru himself! Okay, this should be very informative then. The ruins of those who came before are to be found all throughout the living lands. Those who came before must have had the entire isle under their control. Building such wonders must have taken centuries of work. They are found beneath even Solace itself. There are godless ruins underneath Solace. Maybe that's a way for us to get to the garden. These were a people who thrived until they did not. Yes, these lands are beset with evils, and yes, the beasts that roam and the plants that grow are cruel, but such a people as those who came before could not have been brought low by mere bears or putrid fungus. Only a spiritual rot could so destroy a people, so I pray to Wodika for guidance. So I pray to preserve my soul from the true evil of these lands. Yo, that's a huge plot twist. Nandru figured out what happened to the godless people, that Sopidal killed them all, and prayed to Wodika. Remember, Wodika's the one who sent all those little machines to attack Sopidal. So if even Nandru, who was apparently Sopidal's like greatest prophet, the one who founded Solace Keep, who told the dwarves to always protect the garden, if even they turned from Sopidal once they learned the truth of what they are and what they're capable of, that's pretty crazy, actually. In the end, Sopidal's greatest servant turned to another god. That's gonna be important. That is gonna be extremely important. Okay. We will not be giving that book to Novice Dolna, that's for sure. Because I don't know who her benefactor is, but the fact that they want all the books on the garden is extremely sus, and we will not help them in their objective, so...
Envoy, the book! I need the book!
Sorry, not giving it to you. Let's get back to the Elder. The evidence to not side with Sopidal is mounting surely and mounting fast. 100%. Absolutely. Oh, he looks so sad. Poor Elder Grigor. Oh, that's honestly really sad. But I would agree with you, Bronny. It's probably Ludwin with the book bounty, if I had to guess.
The books, for Nandru's sake, do you have them?
Yes, but before I give them to you, you should see this burned list. I found this in the library. Apparently Dolna's been the one stealing your books.
What is that? Let me see. This is every book that...
Cheer him up with a thick tome.
Dolna, were you so unhappy here that you had to do this?
The damage is probably done, but at least you can deal with the ones responsible.
I'll take care of this. I will inform the guards. They will imprison her and... Ugh, it did not have to be this way.
Did you know anything about this?
No. It's a shock to me. I still can't believe it. But, well, there you are.
I have the books right here. You can take them.
Thank the gods. Let me see them. Mostly intact. Yes, the Book of Oaths is mainly intact, and the Book of the Before. Our work of rebuilding begins now. I hate to be curt, but I must ask you to leave us now. May this token show our thanks, and may Nandru's blessing find its way even to you.
Alright, well this was certainly a worthwhile quest. We got a lot of really good loot, and perhaps most importantly, also got some very interesting lore tidbits. Thanks for the book, now fuck right off. And then, you know, we also helped out these poor dwarves, so all's well that ends well. For our adventures in the Living Archives. Now, if we head west, we've got our final bounty for the region, Destool. Should be over this way, so let's go there now. Getting mighty close to that volcano. Guess we gotta go through the ash forest now. Damn! That skeleton priest hit hard! Holy crap, that was basically a one-hit KO! That was... wow. That was insane. I feel like I don't die a lot in this game, so when stuff like that happens, it kind of takes me by surprise. That was bonkers. Alright, skeleton priest or skeleton wizard. I'll admit, I was unfamiliar with your game. That was impressive. Holy moly. Alright, let's try that again. Note to self, put down a meteor shower the second I walk into that area. They've shown you their game. Time to show them yours. Here we go. Take this, putrid skeleton wizard! Oh yeah. Those meteors hit hard. Oh, now there's spiders. Great. Damn. This was not a friendly graveyard. Nice job indeed. Just gonna keep my wand and grimoire out because I feel like at this point, everything here is probably gonna want to kill me. Now, they did mention there was a big crater in the Ash Forest, which makes me interested to know. What do you think caused that? Is that more star metal? It is! Interesting! A comet or a meteor must have struck down here. Now, this is Death Stool. This zombie scourge-infected thing. Are you sure it wasn't one of your meteors that caused the crater? Maybe. Alright. Grab our putrescent brain as our bounty trophy. Now, the other thing we need to do up in this area is this one. We need to investigate the Ash Forest Outpost. Remember the dwarf we're looking for? He was trying to work on animancy to hopefully grow crops. Apparently the counselor didn't like it, and she sent him to the Ash Forest as retaliation. This is the Ash Forest Outpost. Now, oh, I was gonna say it looks abandoned, but that is not true. There's a whole squad here. Hello?
Looks like you're lost, Amakul. No one's allowed in here. Especially not outsiders.
Your captain isn't being held for a crime, but for attempting to use animancy, and you're fine with that?
Petru chose to defy Solace Keep.
You trust your council so blindly, it'll get you all killed.
See, you outsiders and your presumptions, always thinking you know how the world works. Let me tell you a secret. I don't trust anyone. I'm just here to do my job. Get out before we use your bones to make Petru a new cage.
This doesn't need to end in violence. I would really prefer not to kill all of you guys. Like, this has nothing to do with you. The dwarves are going through enough hardship as it is. You don't need another dead squad on your hands.
No, it doesn't. But it absolutely can if you wanted to. What will it be, outsider? Leave or die?
Those are my only options? Please, be reasonable.
Asking you again. Leave or die?
Jesus Christ, you can't be serious.
Deadly serious, I'm afraid.
Okay, well, this is not my fault. Whoa! Okay. She is insane. I don't feel bad about this one bit, because I tried as best as I fucking could, and they were just having none of it. And I've also learned that I need to keep my distance, because goddamn, she hits like a truck. She dead now, though. I was only at 1/5 health walking into that. Oh, I didn't even notice. Luckily, it all turned out okay. I feel really bad. Again, didn't have to come to this, but alas. They were not being reasonable. They attacked first. That was just self-defense on my part. Now, let's go rescue an innocent man. This keep has seen better days, that's for sure. Just like most of the Pargrun and infrastructure we've seen around here. Hey man, you alright?
You're not a warden. How did you get in here? Gods, I just realized.
Your face. You have the same features as Nandru. Somehow you got past the wardens to find me. Why? Who sent you?
Jeffrey did. Or Joffrey. He's now the captain of the guard.
That cranky Jetula? Mihala trusts him to protect the keep? Well, he must have some sense if he asked you to rescue me. Mihala ordered my own wardens to kidnap me. And here I've been ever since. They're loyal to a fault. Which ought to be the official motto of Solace Keep.
100%.
Marius, is that you? Well, I suppose there's no reason to feign ignorance now. Thank you. It's good to see you.
She told Mina that you were away on, quote, council business.
An excuse she's used more than once. A convenient half-truth. If you've ever been to Solace, you saw the obvious. The keep is dying. Our people are starving. And if you've read my journal, you know I was trying to counteract that. To fulfill my oath to protect Solace. I wanted to use animancy as they do in Fior. To feed the ground and make things grow. To revitalize the keep. And it worked. I produced bountiful crops so quickly. Berries the size of a Zarib's head in a few days.
Doing all that with no prior knowledge of animancy couldn't have been easy.
I found a way to procure animancy equipment from Fior so I could conduct experiments. There was much trial and error. Regardless, Mihala wasn't pleased. I took it upon myself to try it anyway. I thought that if I succeeded, I could sway our leader. I could not. I expect I shall remain here until Mihala has a spare moment to sentence me. I'm sure the punishment won't be pleasant. Once Solace turns its back on you, there is little one can do to regain its favor. Marius knows that well enough. Well, I turned my back on Solace. There really isn't that much of a difference. Please, you must help me get out. Give me a chance to help the others, to feed my people. There must be a key on one of the guards. Let me out, I beg you. Let's get him out of there. He didn't do anything wrong.
Yeah, agreed. Very well, I'll let you out.
Gods bless you, outsider. I won't forget this.
Where will you go?
Paradise, I suppose. Where else can I go?
You know, Thirdborn has opportunities for all people. It's rough, but you'll find plenty of use for your skills, and it's a little less far for you to go, and, you know, Paradise has its issues right now with the Empire and whatnot.
Thank you.
And also, all the Animancers are in Thirdborn, so if you want to continue with Animancy, it makes more sense for you to go to Thirdborn.
That's all I have.
Alright, we rescued Warden Petru, so that's good, and in return, we got something called Ninagoth's Gruesome Grasp. Whoa, which is sick. Okay. I think this is actually going to be quite a good upgrade for us. It gives plus 10% ability cast speed and plus 20% frost damage. Now, we lose the plus 15% fire damage from Magrin's Force, but I think the ability cast speed is going to make up for it. The faster I can get my abilities off, the better. And it still gives us a plus to elemental damage, even more. I don't use frost damage as much as fire, but I think this might be better. What do you guys think, though? We can read more about it. These frigid, iridescent scale gauntlets call to mind that the auroras that dance across the skies of the white that wends, gracing these frozen plains with their majestic light. Despite the heavy leather gloves insulating the wearer from these scales, wearing them too long is a great way to cause your hands to go numb. While channeling frost-based magic through these gauntlets is a sure way to increase its potency, it may also lead to frostbitten fingers. Bronny says spamming casting more sounds handy. That's what I thought too. Because every now and then, it's very close. I almost get a spell off and I get interrupted. So if I can get my spells off a little faster, I think it'll be good. The stats that we're comparing, well, plus 10% ability cast speed is only for these. The other thing we have to equip or compare is the frost versus fire. So these have plus 20% frost damage, which is obviously more in terms of a numerical value, but we don't use frost as much as we use fire, which is plus 15% fire damage. So that's what we're comparing. So on one hand, plus 10% ability cast speed and plus 20% frost damage, versus on the other hand, plus 15% fire damage. And yeah, I mean, we never block ever, so I don't even factor in the item bonus on Magrin's Force, because that doesn't mean anything to me. Hauki? I am not sure if I'm pronouncing your name correctly. Hauki? Hockey? Can we call you Hockey? Hello, thank you so much for the follow and now the subscription. What the heck? Thank you so much for using your Twitch Prime on me. Welcome to the gang. Enjoy your sub badge, your ad-free emotes, your ad-free viewing, and your emotes. Pronounced Hawk. Okay, Hawk. Got it. Hawk. Well, welcome to the crew. Thank you so much for using your Twitch Prime. I appreciate that. Hope you're having a good Saturday. MK says fire damage is probably better, but I would keep the others in the event that you find a frost wand. That's true. That's true. Yeah, I mean, that's a good point. Maybe we just keep Magrin's Force on for now while we're using the fire wand. Hold on to these in the event that we find a frost wand, and then we're all set. Got it. I've been enjoying your Xenoblade Chronicles X playthrough, so I thought I would check out your live stream. Oh, amazing! I love when viewers of the YouTube channel come on over here to join me on Twitch. I really appreciate that. I'm so glad to hear you've been enjoying the Xenoblade Chronicles X playthrough so far. I've been having an absolute blast making it. For anyone here who hasn't checked out the Xenoblade Chronicles X playthrough, you should go do that immediately. Be like Hawk. Do the right thing here. But welcome to Twitch. Over here on Twitch, we are playing another RPG, actually. Something quite different from Xenoblade Chronicles X, which is an open world, you know, science fiction role-playing game. This is an open world high fantasy role-playing game, Avowed. I don't know if you've seen much of it. It just came out in February from Obsidian, who are best known for games like Fallout New Vegas or Pillars of Eternity. And so far, I am absolutely loving it. It is a fantastic game. And yeah, thanks for making the pilgrimage over from YouTube to Twitch. I love when the two communities sort of interconnect in that way. It's really exciting because I've been doing Twitch for a lot longer than I've been doing YouTube. I've been streaming on Twitch since December 2016, whereas I only started making YouTube content in 2022. So, like I said, it's kind of nice to see that overlap, and I do appreciate you coming over. Ah, I tried to jump over that rope. It didn't work, but we're okay. Oh my god. Ah, it's got AoE. Right. Nice. Got some good loot in here. Now, it looks like if I climb up higher, there's something here for me to get. You can see it marked. Well, you guys can't really see my mini-map, unfortunately. My face is kind of covering it. But I could see it on my mini-map, and yep, here it is. Wolf's Pelt Trophy.
This is definitely a bigger thing we shouldn't.
And that got us to level 26. Hell yeah. Don't mind if I do. TS says, I still wonder sometimes, to those YouTube viewers that watch the Twitch VODs, is chat just funny characters that Tiffy riffs off of? To anyone watching this VOD, you'll have to let us know. Alright, so we can level up. Excuse me, we can level up some of our abilities here now. I guess we should put it more into Scion of Flame, seeing as, again, we're using the Flame Wand, and until such time as that changes, I think we just maximize our fire efficiency, for lack of a better word. Okay, we got a treasure map. I still haven't been able to find that. Oh, hang on, I didn't notice this landmark before. We have a treasure map here called My Loyal Shield that we hadn't found. And I was like, we need to find this. But do you see in the background, that's the giant statue they're building? That actually might help us narrow that down a little bit. Because the giant statue is right here-ish? We fast travel to Southern Warden Tower. That's probably our best bet. Let's see if we can find the location of that treasure map. Okay, it's really big. We should be able to see the... I guess statue is not the right word. Sculpture, I think, is a better word for what they're building. We should be able to see that from quite some distance. So let's just locate that, and then that'll give us a landmark to work off of. First, though, we've got dank sporelings to deal with. Seems like a good time for a meteor shower, honestly. Oh yeah. Sporelings do not like fire.
Nice work.
So anyway, I cast meteor shower. Now, where is that sculpture? Actually, this might be the tower. That looks a lot like the drawing. And there's the sculpture. Yes, okay, I think this is it. So let's take one more look at the treasure map. It's at the base of the tower. Looks like there's a cave, I guess? Must be up a level, because I didn't see it there. Twined wood. Okay. Oh, that's a hidden door if I've ever seen one. Question is, oh yeah, you can see, this must be the mechanism that opens it. Is there a button under the table? A button on the table? Yes! Switch. Nice. There we go. Okay, this must be where the treasure is. Times tarnish. There it is. Boom! Treasure complete. Unfortunately, it is a legendary shield, which, you know, doesn't really help us out much as a mage, but I will take legendary treasure where I can get it, because we can always deconstruct it to help upgrade our own equipment. Yay, upgrade materials! Exactly. Exactly. You could also sell it for monies, yeah. You've got two options, really.
That's one for us.
But I feel like at this point, we've gotten so many good new upgrades that I feel like upgrade materials are going to be more valuable to me than money, actually. Okay, so, we've got quests to turn in now? No, we didn't actually have to turn in any of those quests we did. Well, we have to turn in the bounty. Yes, we've got to turn in the bounty. And then the only thing left here then, I believe, is the main story quest, which is going to take us into direct conflict with the Steel Garrote. I think I've got more weapons than Tiff has items in her entire inventory. Yeah, I like to keep things pretty barren in there. Goodbye, Grimoire that we literally just got to legendary quality and sunk countless materials into. Yeah, that one kind of hurts. That one kind of hurts. We deconstructed to get some of the materials back, but that's all we can do. We had no idea that there was going to be a new and better Grimoire waiting for us just around the corner. Alright, so I think what I'm gonna do now is let's head back to Solace Keep to turn in the final bounty, which will have completed the entire bounty board then for the area. And then we have been streaming for quite some time here this afternoon, so how about we probably call it a day after that, so when we return next weekend, we can focus on main story. It looks like we've wrapped up a lot of the side stuff here in Galloween's Tusks. We might find some more along the way, or, you know, a new side quest might pop up here and there, but for the most part, I think the majority of the side stuff's been done, meaning we can focus on the main quest for this area then on our next stream. We're gonna have to go and at least talk to the Steel Groat. Normally, you know, speaking with them isn't necessarily productive, but we've at least got to try. And then if not, hopefully we can just sort of glean some information from either sneaking around their camp or just observing their movements. That'll lead us to figure out where we've got to go to get to the garden. First things first, though, let's talk to Bounty Master Sullivan.
Anything to report?
Yes, I have a bounty to claim.
Excellent work.
This is the last one. I killed the Revenant.
May they have better fortune on their next turn.
Hey, I got an achievement. Bounty Hunter. Complete all bounties from all regions. That's exciting.
I can't believe I'm saying this, but that's everything. Gods above, Envoy. I don't know what to say.
Nothing needs to be said. I'm glad I could help.
Stories of your prowess and generosity will echo throughout the ages, Envoy. Here, take this. Many wardens contributed coin to thank you for the burdens you've relieved from their shoulders. I will make sure your name lives on in our hearts and minds. For as long as Solace Keep stands, you will be remembered.
Damn, thank you. Now, what did we get? Warden's Oath, plus 20% damage against beasts and wilders. Whoa, that's awesome. It's actually a really, really good reward. Alrighty, Rue, let's save our game and we will call it a day here for today's stream. Thank you so much for hanging out today, guys. I seriously had so much fun for almost 4.5 hours. Absolutely flew by because, like always, I have so much fun here with you guys, and it wouldn't be nearly as much fun if you guys weren't here chatting with me, interacting, so thank you very much for taking time out of your Saturday to do that. We had so many new follows today, so many subs. Hawk, Death, Meerkat, and Kirky, thank you guys for the subs. Thanks to everyone who followed, and most importantly, thanks to everyone who hung out with me today. I had an absolute blast. If you enjoyed what you saw here today with Avowed, then hopefully I will see you guys back here again next weekend. Next weekend's stream will be on Sunday at our usual time. I usually get started around 11 a.m. my time. Might be a little bit later, but it's usually, you know, in the late morning or early afternoon. I can let you guys know exactly what time we'll be starting, but it will be next Sunday. There will be no Monday stream this week. I actually have to travel for work this week, so unfortunately I'm going to be out of town. So Monday's stream will be next Monday. I think I mentioned earlier, but we're going to be starting a brand new Monday game. We're going to be starting Blueprints, which is a new roguelike puzzle game that came out a couple weeks ago and everyone is just raving about. So we'll have basically a double header next weekend. We'll have Avowed on Sunday and then Blueprints on Monday. So hopefully I will see you guys there for that. Thank you all again so much for hanging out with me today. I really appreciate it. And now before we go, I am going to send you guys on a little raid. My good friend Zippy is currently streaming. I was about to say stripping. Go tell Zippy that we like his stripping. I feel like Zippy doesn't normally stream on Saturday, so it's cool to see him live. He's currently playing Horizon Forbidden West, which is a game that I absolutely love, actually. Horizon Forbidden West is a great game. So let's go raid over to Zippy. And yes, to everyone who has a long weekend, enjoy your long weekend. Happy Easter. For those of you who celebrate, I hope you get some chocolate and some yummy food tomorrow and all that good stuff. And I will see you guys soon. That's a perfect raid command. Yes, we were told there was stripping. Everyone copy paste that into Zippy's chat. He will love it. Fantastic. Thank you. Bye, guys.